Ladies and, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Senyores i senyors, sisplau, prenguin el seu seient. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Senyores i senyors, sisplau, prenguin seient. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Andorra. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the City Science Summit 2024 Transformative Communities.
Good morning, everybody. Bon dia a tothom, distingides autoritats, benvolguts i benvolgudes. Gràcies per la vostra presència, així com agrair als que ens seguiran també online durant la jornada d'avui. És un plaer donar-vos la benvinguda al Summit del City Science de l'MIT, esdeveniment que habitualment es du a terme a Boston, però que enguany l'hem portat al Principat d'Andorra per un motiu molt especial. Avui celebrem 10 anys de col·laboració entre el Massachusetts Institute of Technology i el Principat d'Andorra. Una aliança que es va iniciar el 2014, impulsada per actors rellevants, molts dels quals ens acompanyaran avui durant la jornada. Des del començament vam identificar la necessitat fonamental d'adaptar Andorra als reptes que anaven apareixent. Les seves particularitats, les particularitats d'Andorra, ens feien únics, però també ens demandaven nodrir-nos també d'ecosistemes d'innovació. Això no només en termes econòmics, sinó també en l'àmbit de la demografia, en l'àmbit del turisme, la sostenibilitat, l'energia i, evidentment, la innovació i la tecnologia. La nostra petitesa ens demanda de connexions estratègiques que ens permetin donar opció al talent intern i també connectar-lo de manera que puguem anar trobant oportunitats que ens enfoquin per fer front a aquests reptes que estem dient actuals i futurs. I que, en certa manera, no són tan diferents dels que també estan succeint en d'altres indrets del nostre planeta. És per això que la vocació que tenim des de les institucions que ens dediquem a la recerca i a la innovació és la d'aportar coneixement, de compartir-lo, de millorar-lo i també permetre que pugui servir com a solucions en d'altres entorns. Llavors, comentar-vos que aquí a Andorra, de fa un temps, treballem sota un model que ens funciona molt bé, donades aquestes característiques de país petit, que és el model de la quàdruple hèlix. El que ens permet és connectar el sector privat, el sector públic, les administracions, també tots els entorns de recerca i d'innovació i, sobretot, la ciutadania. Aquest model de quàdruple hèlix és el que ens serveix a nosaltres per treballar els projectes. És evident que les característiques del nostre país, que amb només 468 quilòmetres quadrats i uns 85.000 habitants, tot i que a dia d'avui segurament en són més, són visitats per més de 9 milions de persones, de turistes, cada any. En un entorn molt petit, això al final ens genera molts reptes que volem anar assolint a la major brevetat possible. Per això, formar part de la xarxa de l'MIT, específicament del City Science, del Media Lab, ens dona l'oportunitat de treballar conjuntament, no només amb el centre tecnològic més prestigiós del món, sinó també amb comunitats de tot el món, perquè, de fet, avui tenim presents aquí representants de tots els City Science Labs, d'aquesta xarxa de coneixement, que inclou 10 centres d'investigació que estan ubicats arreu del planeta. Cadascun d'aquests centres té unes característiques úniques i molt diferents de les d'Andorra, però les solucions que desenvolupen i que entre tots compartim sovint són extrapolables i aplicables al nostre entorn. Aquest intercanvi constant d'idees, de coneixement, ens permet afrontar els reptes amb una perspectiva global i de major impacte. Now I would like to give a warm welcome to my colleagues from all the City Science Labs around the world. Thank you for coming to Andorra, and we will hope that you will feel like home. You are all more than invited to continue working together in the direction that can create better, more sustainable, and smarter communities through the knowledge. Let's embrace this opportunity again to build a future where technology, innovation, research, and collaboration improve the quality of life of all. I would just like to express my gratitude to all the authorities present today, to the directors and teams of the other City Science Labs, and also to the previous directors and colleagues that helped us to build the City Science Lab in Andorra, and to all the attendees, both here in person and both from other places around the world. I also want to give a special mention to Mr. Ken Larson and his team, because they are the great driving force behind the network. And above all, I would like to say, to recognize the efforts that my team of Andorra Research and Innovation has done to make this summit happen. And, well, thank you for coming to our country and to make this summit an inspiring momentum for all of us. Thank you so much. And now we will continue with Ken Larson's keynote. Please, Ken, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vanessa. And by the way, I want to thank Gabby. Where's Gabby? For the great graphics that she put that video. She didn't get credit for that. And yeah, you have to realize Gabby is not just a graphics person. She kind of does that as a hobby. She's a PhD student doing serious research. So I hope you can learn about Gabby's work. So when I remember so well coming here to Andorra 10 years ago and starting to make relationships and working with Josep Maria and Albert and Gilbert Suboya and others, and we started this journey not really knowing where it would go, and it's amazing that it continues after 10 years. So we're here to celebrate the 10th year anniversary. That was our first project, happened almost in parallel with the project in Hamburg, and now, as Vanessa said, we're a network of 10 affiliated city science labs around the world. What I would like to do is to, is there any way to get this on this little monitor here? What I'd like to do is give you a brief history of the work that we've done at MIT over the last 10 years, and then a brief history of our collaboration with Andorra. I'm going to stand over here because I can't see the monitor. This is our lab. If you enter our lab, you will see these cityscope models of various projects we have around the world. This is Chile here. We have a model of a district in Kharkiv that's been destroyed by Russian missiles and other projects around the world. But we have these 6 big monitors here that summarize the main themes that we have in our group. And let me just take you very quickly through each of those. Mobility. We started our mobility journey actually way before I came to Andorra. Sorry, can you get the presentation back, please? Anyway, I'll talk over it while they're getting this fixed. So we have, one of our themes is mobility. And some years ago, we did the city car, which is a tiny little car that had robot wheels, drive-by-wire, folding. You could fold it up to occupy only three cars in one parking space. But when we finished that, we realized it was still a car. And the future of cities, I think, is moving away from cars. We went car crazy in the middle of the last century, and now we're moving back to more compact, integrated communities. Then this is what we call the persuasive electric vehicle. We decided let's make it even smaller and more compact. You see, it's an autonomous vehicle. It has LiDAR and all of the features that a larger autonomous vehicle would have. It actually can deliver packages. And here it is in donkey mode. We actually did we brought a version of this early on to Andorra. Here we're testing it in one of the public spaces here in Andorra. This was really early days in this research. Then we decided we could even push it farther. Let's do an autonomous bicycle. So this is a bike that you ride conventionally, but then it turns into an autonomous tricycle and goes to pick someone else up. You operate it much like like you would call for an Uber. It comes to you wherever you are. We now are showing this at the Museum of Science in Boston. We do a lot of exhibitions. This was kind of a fun cartoon that was in the Boston Globe a few weeks ago, because we just opened this, that talked about this as conceivably the future of shared mobility. I don't know about that, but it was fun that we got that in the paper. Transformable environments. We've been working on this for many years. Maybe about 10 years ago, about the time we started this project, we started looking at transformable apartments that were much more compact because they could shift from sleeping to living to socializing to exercising. This was just kind of a crude animation. But then upstairs in our lab, we built an even smaller prototype. You can see we have a queen-size bed, a dining room for 6 people, an office, etc. A little bathroom opens up for a shower and a washer dryer. People thought this was really sort of crazy, but then we launched a company. We got IKEA and Google and some big Silicon Valley VCs to invest in it. This is an apartment I stayed in 2 nights ago in New York City, where you have an office on demand, the bed comes down from the ceiling, a walk-in closet on demand. So now we are in over 150 apartments and taking this to scale with commercial real estate developers. These ideas and many more about reforming zoning, new ownership models, et cetera, we're going to bring into a lab I hope to get operating within the next few months, the newest city science lab in San Francisco to deal with the housing crisis. The power of without, we're now working in Latin America in informal settlements, and I am very interested in the challenges of urbanization in these developing countries. This is looking at an informal settlement in Africa. We've worked in Lomas de Centinela outside of Guadalajara to help people in the informal settlement manage their water. They use buckets. They have no city water. They have no sanitation system. And Andreas is here. If you're interested in that project, talk to him. It's very interesting. We're also looking at new types of what we think of as infrastructure seeds that can go into an informal settlement and provide sanitation, water, and power and markets. And then the settlements grow in a more organic way around them. We did a series of classes on this. This we did with Norman Foster, and very interesting. We'll continue that work. We're going to Brazil here in the next few months to look at that. Urban performance model. This is a really critical project for us. Right now, Cambridge, where we are, is about 18 tons of carbon per person per year, but the global goal is 2.5. That would mean a 7 or 8-fold decrease in CO2 emissions. How do you get there? And it turns out almost all of the major interventions happen at the scale of a community, putting housing in sync with jobs and walkable access to amenities. So we now also have this at the Museum of Science, where people can experiment with the interventions and learn about what really makes a difference. And by the way, putting photovoltaics on roofs and transitioning to electric vehicles have a relatively minor impact compared to some of the other ones. You might be surprised. A consensus. You can have lots of good ideas for interventions. You can model them, do simulations, but unless you can bring the community together to make collective decisions, very little gets done. So this is the Cityscope project, which is really a consensus machine, a way of allowing people to explore possible scenarios and get feedback. We're now looking at using generative systems, AI, to develop much more experiential ways for people to explore the future of their communities and hopefully reach consensus on that. And the City Science Network. Vanessa mentioned this. We are now in these 10 places around the world. I mentioned we hope to be in San Francisco, hopefully in Africa. We've worked on a few possibilities in India. I'm very interested in moving increasingly to the global south, where the challenges are even greater. But let's look at, well, I want to do this again. Let's look at Andorra. So, when I first came to Andorra 10 years ago, this is a slide from the presentation I gave to the ministers that I just pulled out. And so I kept it unedited. So why Andorra? It's a very small, agile country. Hopefully it can make decisions very quickly. The leadership was apparent, meeting with the ministers, that they were committed to innovation. We don't like to just do academic projects. We want to work where there's a commitment to it. We had access to data, all kinds of really interesting data, telecom data, energy data, tourism data, that we were very excited to work with. There certainly were some interesting challenges here with climate change and some of the economic challenges. And also, really important for me, we work with people, and we were able to develop relationships with the people that gave me a lot of optimism that we could really make a difference. So we quickly set 3 big project goals. This is going back to 2015. Big data and analysis, so how to build platforms to take advantage of the data that the country had that was not being really used to its greatest potential. Innovation and entrepreneurship, how to develop concepts that could establish Andorra as an international center for innovation, and I think that's happened, you will see in many cases. And there was a focus on the experience of tourists. So what interventions could improve that experience? This was our first City Science Summit here in Andorra, where we first presented some of our findings. This was 2 years later in 2017. And this was an article in the MIT News, Small European Nation Becomes a Living Lab for Urban Innovation Researchers. That was pretty interesting. The World Economic Forum had an article, Andorra is now helping change the world. So I was very proud that we had some impact. We were beginning to get some recognition here. This is a list of all the projects we've worked on in the last 10 years, and there's no way I could go through all of these projects, so I'm just going to pick a few to talk about, but certainly our team here, if you're interested in any of these, track them down and they'd be happy to talk about it. We started with data analytics. We built a website, started with the Wi-Fi data, where we could look at different patterns. This was where the hotspots where the French people, based on the Wi-Fi data, were congregated. We could also look at where there were hotspots in terms of energy consumption. And then we were able to work with Andorra Telecom. We got the telecom data that would reveal to us the movement patterns through the call center data, the CDR data rather, where Spanish people were in orange, where the French people were in blue, everybody else here is in gray, although we could look at that by country. And you can see here, this was during Tour de France, you can see where the hotspots are, and and then we could then simulate the traffic flow just using the CDR data to and validate that the analytics were working properly. Okay, then what could you do with that to get some insight into the tourist behavior? These were some graphs that we developed that look maybe a little confusing, but they actually tell you a lot here. Here are the various events that are color-coded here. So we just pick one, the UCI Trial Masters World. You can see that event took place for a large number of days in Andorra. The people that came in had relatively high income. The event caused modest traffic congestion and a modest number of new visitors, whereas Cirque du Soleil, you see the performance was not as good. So it revealed some interesting characteristics that without this kind of data would be very hard to decipher. This was another one. Total flight. Many tourists came in. They stayed for a lot of days. A lot of new tourist days, but unfortunately there were very few people that revisited, whereas the free ride junior, I have no idea what these events are, we just knew the data. Fewer tourists came in, but there were many more of those people that came back, so you see how you can gain some interesting insight. Cityscope Andorra, we like to build these Cityscope platforms because they are a tangible model that is much easier to understand than looking at data presented on a two-dimensional computer screen or on a phone. And it also allows people to gather around this physical model and to discuss and debate and to learn and to hopefully reach a consensus about these issues. So we send a team of ours, our CityScope SWAT team. You can see now we're in day 3. We put all this together in 3 days. It was in a public place and up and running for any number of purposes. This is Juanita from our team at the time interacting with it. And here we're now projecting heat maps related to energy data on the model. I'm hoping this model still exists. The space doesn't exist now. I'm hoping this can get rebooted and could be used for all kinds of new opportunities. COVID analysis. So when COVID hit, we had the capability, and the Andorra team did, to analyze this complex telecom data. We also had the serology data. We knew the lockdown policy, and all of this could get correlated. This was a peer review conference paper that we wrote on that topic, and I think it was unusual in that we did have this kind of telecom data and serology data for an entire country. And this was an article in Forbes magazine, "The Mouse That Roared, What the U.S. Can Learn from Andorra About COVID-19 Testing." See, so Andorra is not a follower, they're a leader, and I think you should think of it that way. Andorra, LLMs create synthetic populations, large language models using AI. So now we took this telecom data recently, and we know the movement patterns and something about the profiles of people now, and now we're trying to build a synthetic population without actually using the telecom data, but we're validating it with the telecom data, and the results are pretty promising. We're getting something like 91 to 94% accuracy. If you don't believe that, talk to Parfait. He's here. He'll explain to you how that works. And that was really only possible because of the beautiful data set that we had from Andorra. Learning by doing in schools. So these are the little termite sensors that we've been working on for many years in our lab. We can sprinkle these around environments, learn all kinds of things. So we made them available to the children here in the schools in Andorra. They instrumented their own school environments. This was an interface where they could collect and analyze the data, learn how to work with it. You know, what would happen if you open a window, to the temperature and the air quality, things like that. This was another really fun study that we did. So the kids went out into the environment. I'm very interested in how, as an architect and urban planner, we normally work with leaders and adults in a community, but how do children respond to the environment? So here they would tag those things that made them happy in Andorra, or tag those things that made them sad, or tag those areas in their environment that made them angry, and then all this could get mapped on the city. And so this gave us a really unique perspective on the environment. I think we were just scratching the surface of what would be possible with this. Climate change and snow quality, another project that we did that was quite fun. So we instrumented skis. Andreas, who's here, you could talk to him if you want more information. So this was all built in our lab and shipped to Andorra, and then skiers would ski down the slope, collecting all kinds of fine-grained data about the quality of the snow, etc. So here's one of the visualizations. You can see the incline and the snow quality, etc. Great project. If you want to learn more about that, please ask. And Andorra as a biosphere reserve. I am very excited about this. I think this could open the door to all kinds of new projects. We're more and more interested in this topic. In fact, we're going to Brazil shortly to actually 2 trips between now and the end of the year to Brazil, one to Brasilia and one to Belém. Belém is the city right at the mouth of the Amazon, and here we will be looking at the intersection of the human ecosystems and natural ecosystems, and we intend to put together hopefully some kind of interesting, impactful project for COP30 that will take place in Belém next year. If you want more information about that, talk to Gabby, Brazilian, who did the graphics, but this is her project that she's putting together. We did a class last fall that was speculative movie making towards the design of ecological futures, where the students had to make short films on the topic of how to live in harmony with nature in the future. And we will continue this in the spring, so stay tuned. And that's a quick overview of the work we're doing at MIT and the projects that we've engaged with in Andorra over the last 10 years. And I really hope that this collaboration will continue for many more. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ken, thanks. Now it's my honor to introduce Mrs. Conchita Marsol, the Minister for the Presidency, Economy, Labor and Housing, and President of Andorra Research and Innovation, Patronage. She's a key figure in driving Andorra's economic policies and housing initiatives, while also promoting innovation as a key driver for better decision making. Thank you so much.
Molt bon dia a tothom. Abans de començar, sí que m'agradaria que em permeti donar les gràcies al senyor Larsson per aquesta presentació. Thank you, Mr. Larsson, for this interesting presentation. Very interesting for me. Tindria ganes de continuar parlant d'aquests temes que ens ha presentat perquè afecten directament els grans temes també que tenim en aquest moment sobre la taula en aquest país, però bé, per qüestions de funcionament, avui em cenyiré al discurs que hem preparat i no improvisaré, però realment m'han quedat ganes de parlar-ne de vivenda, d'urbanisme, de mobilitat, perquè són els grans temes de medi ambient també que tenim a sobre la taula. Doncs si comencem, donar la benvinguda. Benvinguts a totes i a tots, senyores i senyors. És un plaer, és un gran honor per a mi donar-vos la benvinguda a aquest esdeveniment tan especial. S'està traduint? Sí, perquè aquí davant no ho veig. Molt bé. L'MIT Summit, que tenim el privilegi d'acollir avui aquí al Principat d'Andorra. Com dèiem, celebrem 10 anys de pertinença del nostre país a la prestigiosa xarxa de l'MIT Media Lab, una fita que ens omple d'orgull i ens inspira, segur, a seguir avançant per molts anys en aquestes polítiques. Durant aquesta dècada, aquests 10 anys, la col·laboració amb el Media Lab ha esdevingut una peça clau per a la transformació de la nostra societat i per a aquesta diversificació econòmica que tant anhelem i que comencem a marcar. Hem fet passos importants per situar Andorra com un entorn d'innovació, recerca i desenvolupament, sempre amb l'objectiu de millorar la qualitat de vida dels nostres ciutadans i d'explorar noves formes d'entendre el futur. Gràcies a aquesta associació hem pogut enfortir la nostra aposta per la tecnologia, l'educació i la sostenibilitat, alhora que ens hem integrat a una comunitat global d'experts i visionaris. El MIT Media Lab representa la capacitat de somiar més enllà dels límits convencionals, de fusionar disciplines per trobar solucions a problemes complexes i d'avançar cap a un futur on la tecnologia estigui al servei de les persones. Aquests valors connecten plenament amb la nostra visió com a país, amb la nostra visió com a Andorra. Un lloc que aposta per la innovació i que cada vegada hi vol apostar més, volem fer una aposta important de cara a l'any que ve, que valora la creativitat i que està obert al món sense perdre les seves arrels. Avui ens reunim aquí per compartir coneixement, per intercanviar idees, per aprendre els uns dels altres i ens alegra molt comptar amb la presència de totes les persones que avui ens acompanyen, persones que van iniciar aquest gran projecte. destacats investigadors i investigadores, empresaris i empresàries, acadèmics, acadèmiques i joves talents de més de 10 països diferents que, sense cap mena de dubte, aportaran visions transformadores a la nostra trobada. Els propers dies ens permetran explorar reptes globals i oportunitats compartides i estic convençuda que els diàlegs que tindrem seran una font d'inspiració per a tots nosaltres. Finalment, només expressar el meu agraïment a l'MIT Media Lab per la seva confiança i que estic segura que aquesta fructífera aliança continuarà. I també agrair a tots els qui heu fet possible que avui ens puguem trobar aquí a Andorra. La vostra participació és el reflex del compromís amb el progrés i la col·laboració internacional que ens defineixen. Benvinguts a Andorra, welcome to Andorra, benvinguts al MIT Summit i que aquest sigui un espai per la innovació, la creativitat i l'intercanvi de coneixement. Moltes gràcies.
Ens va dir, parlem-ne. I llavors es va iniciar aquesta idea de dir podríem estar interessats en una col·laboració amb Andorra.
A la tornada de Boston el que fem és obrir una col·laboració amb un estudiant, el Travis Rich. El Travis Rich va estar aquí l'estiu del 2013, va fer un paper on d'alguna manera va donar el que són les guies mestres. Aquest treball preliminar que es va conduir en aquell estiu va ser la base en la creació de la Fundació Actuatec.
Andorra was really interesting challenge for us because there are these unique problems that they have. They're facing climate change, their main
Excuse. Hello, sorry for the direct issues. We are going to do it again, okay? So I would like to introduce this video that you have seen a little bit. It was a surprise, but now this video is going to summarize the 10 years of collaboration with MIT, and we have some little insights from different people that have been collaborating from the first beginning. So just 1 second, please. Sorry for this. But in 1 minute, we will start again without this alarm clock that I don't know what is. Thank you so much.
Complexity of a country, but it was almost the scale of a city, so that was a very good factor. Then they had the telecom data, the energy data, the mobility data, the census data.
So I was very excited, and I think it's worked out, that to work in a tiny country where they can make decisions quickly, they can move quickly, so we can see the kind of impact that would be really impossible to achieve in a larger country like the US or Germany or France, and really understand their problems in a much more intimate way.
Nosaltres el que vam fer és facilitar-los tota la informació possible. Vam veure que teníem una capacitat d'anàlisi i de generar models turístics que ens permetien conèixer com els turistes es desplaçaven a través de l'eix comercial. També érem capaços de generar recorreguts dels turistes. I finalment també ens donava informació de la recurrència, és a dir, cada quan o quin tipus de turista era o tenia més tendència a tornar al país en una segona, tercera i quarta visita.
Jo crec que el resum gran d'aquesta evolució dels darrers 10 anys seria la connectivitat. S'han fet esforços i projectes, per exemple, en eficiència energètica a les escoles, que nosaltres hem aportat part de la connectivitat amb uns dispositius que permetien regular molt bé les temperatures. S'han fet calibratges de l'impacte de les accions turístiques importants que es fan amb el Cirque du Soleil, amb els mundials de bicicletes, d'esquí, qui ve, on venen, on dormen les persones, des d'on venen, quants dies estan, quins són els esdeveniments que són més efectius a nivell d'impacte econòmic pel Principat.
Amb la col·laboració amb el Media Lab de MIT, realment jo crec que Andorra ha guanyat una manera de treballar, una obertura de ment. Realment hi ha hagut molts canvis a Andorra, molts canvis destacats. Un d'ells és la creació del clúster de noves tecnologies d'innovació, que compta ja avui en dia amb més de 100 membres, empreses i col·laboradors.
És cert que Andorra viu un moment expansiu en l'activitat relacionada amb l'economia del coneixement, de la innovació, de la tecnologia. I això gràcies a l'acció decidida del propi govern, de FEDA, d'Andorra Telecom i d'Andorra Recerca i Innovació, que han facilitat col·laboracions de referència internacional com el Media Lab de l'MIT.
So it's very exciting to see how they have developed some really quite extraordinary capabilities, and I'm very proud of the work that they're now doing 10 years later.
Well, now it's a true pleasure to kick off this round table that is focused in lessons learned from Andorra. And this panel, it's supposed that it's going to be a dynamic conversation among some colleagues and old friends and collaborators. Some of them have you seen before in the video. So we are really fortunate to have an exceptional panel here. And so let me welcome Gilbert Savoia, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Government of Andorra from 2011 to 2017. Please here. Former Minister of Economy, Competitiveness and Innovation from 2017 and 2019, and current founder of CEO of AlphaQuest Savoia Assessors. Thank you so much, Gilbert. Now, please welcome Albert Moles, General Manager of FEDA, also President of ACTIN, and also is a member of the Director Committee of Innovation of Andorra Research and Innovation. Please, Ken Larson, Director of City Science MIT Media Lab. So you can sit here, please. And also we are going to welcome Josep Maria Misé, Secretary of State of Economic Diversification and Innovation from 2012 to 2019. And currently he's a business consultant at Giraffe Strategy. And finally, Luis Alonso, please, research scientist at City Science, MIT Media Lab, and co-PI of the Andorra Living Lab project of Andorra. So welcome, everybody. So we will try to make a conversation, you can, the dynamic, you can start. I would like to start with you, Ken, please.
Okay.
And so, first of all, which was, if you can share with us, which was the first impression that you had when Andorra crossed in your path, and what did you expect it to do with these researchers here in our country? The first insights that you had in that time. So we can start with this.
Well, I think the first question is, where is Andorra? When the group first came to MIT and we started the discussion, but I love small countries. I was immediately fascinated by the idea that we could work with an entire country. You know, in the US, it's impossible to work with an entire country. It's just too big and complicated. And when I visited here, I realized that we could have relationships with the leadership, with the head of the energy company, Jordi Nadal from the telecom company, the ministers, the leadership in general. And when we get involved in these new projects, we have these criteria that we have to satisfy. One is that leadership's engaged and supportive, so we had that. Two is that we need data. Well, we knew we could get the data because we were talking with the people that had the data. And three, that we have interesting projects that we can work on. It was very clear that there were some really interesting projects, because without interesting projects, the students and researchers at MIT just won't be interested. So, and they were very interested. We need funding. We were able to solve that problem. And then finally, I only want to work where we can have strong, good relationships with the people, and I think we formed those relationships. So we checked off all the boxes.
Thank you for this insight. And now we continue with Gilbert, because you were on the other side of the coin. He was the first to hear about Andorra, and you were from Andorra hearing about MIT. So what opportunities did you visualize at that time, and why you were so engaged on this project?
Well, in fact, it all started because I had a friend living in Boston, Luis Vicera, which is a professor of Harvard Business School, and he always told me he was a member of the board where I worked before, and he visited Andorra a few times. So he said, anytime if you go into politics, just call me back. I'm going to introduce you to some guys here in Boston, and he did so. And we went with Jose Maria to see the guys from Monitor Group. William Miraki and Pedro Arboleda and all his team. And they told us about the MIT Media Lab because we had this idea of promoting Andorra in innovation, but you know, we are not that known for that purpose. We are very well known in tourism in Europe, but not for innovation. So we needed a partner which put us in the focus and who would drive us a little bit into this direction. And so we went to the first visit in 2012, I think, and we started meeting guys from the MIT Media Lab, and then we presented in one of the annual events that you organized. We went there and we said, we want to do something related to data with the Monitor Group guys that we worked on this idea and to have like a living lab idea. And so that's how it all started. And so for us, it was, we need a reference. We need somebody who guides us. We need somebody that puts us on the map. And definitely we've seen it before. It was the case. It was a good choice.
Yeah.
And I think it was not only the good choice at the time, but it keeps being the good choice. I think I'm really convinced for Andorra. So well, we can probably talk about that later.
Thank you so much. And I would like to hear now about what Jose Maria, which were the first milestones that were identified or you were founding, by the way, here in Andorra, maybe related with technology or society or culture, well, whatever, yeah, the main that you at the first beginning you found?
Well, it's difficult to say, I mean, because we had this idea, we developed in 2011, in fact. I remember pretty well, we were in an office close to the head of the government with one of the workers in the government, Jack Andreu at that time, and we wrote an article about Andorra that we could become the living lab of the south of Europe. So that was an idea, and we didn't know how to do it, basically. So we had plenty of ideas. We thought it would be easy, in fact, to get all the data together of the country and do something different that has never been done around. So at that time, we saw it was impossible. I mean, there was no collaboration in innovation in Andorra. Nothing was happening, in fact, between companies, between government agencies. So probably our first milestone was put everybody work on the same page. I think that was the idea, and I have to tell, at that time we found two key players that were Andorra Telecom and FEDA. They both were really supportive, support the project, get involved. So the basic idea at the beginning was to work together for the same purpose.
It was not easy at that time because we worked.
It seems easy now, but it took many years. In fact, we started thinking about it in 2011, and I think the foundation was created in 2014, which was the vehicle we thought was the best to basically handle this collaboration with MIT.
Because, Albert, do you remember that dates where, where all the data you had to start to share with others, and this was a new situation that never happened before? Did you think that we achieved it properly, or there is much path to continue work?
I think it was a difficult job because we have to talk with everything. We have to discuss about the data, but I think in Andorra we have a view, the same view for all the people who works in the project, and I think in Andorra we needed to find other ways of economic model of working for, and also need for young people to stay in Andorra and have really good projects. So I think this helps us to put the data, to share the data. It's not easy because there's a lot of physical problem and legal problem, but I think we achieve some very interesting projects. Ken has shared a lot of slides before.
One of the points were data, and the other was talent also, because at that time, as maybe you remember, we started to create the first teams here to be able to connect with the teams in MIT and to start to work together. Can you explain a little bit how did you feel about this and felt about that, and how everything started to work? Because if not, it was not able to have all this list of projects. So.
Totally, no. And this is something that we learn in Andorra and we are still doing. So there are a lot of learnings from Andorra that we are still doing, by the way. So that's great. But like building a team here it was always a challenge because everybody here talks about tourism, nature, but really the value of Andorra is the people. I think you have very talented people, very highly educated people. So it was not that difficult to find good people, but a lot of them, they were also not in Andorra. So like finding that talent was not difficult, but it was difficult to, really put together a team like everywhere. I mean, actually, that's a big challenge, but the talent of the people was here, and that was fantastic. The most interesting thing is that always you have, in MIT, we say you cannot force the students at MIT to research. But so something that was important, it was engage with the students at MIT, and the team always has made like this kind of family between us. And always you have, like sometimes you have frictions, sometimes you have, but the good research that was happening together. So a lot of the team is always traveling to MIT, spending time with us. The first Cityscope table was built with the MIT, but also the Andorra team together. And that's beautiful. When research happens in that way, when that transfer of knowledge happens in both directions, that's fantastic for the teams, and that's something that we are still doing with in the network.
Mm-hmm. Well, and about the cultural barriers, that something related with this, I would like to share because, for example, in our community, now we are talking about transformative communities, and all of us agree that we can to collaborate and to share knowledge and so on. But at that time, innovation was seen as something that is the unique solution, and you cannot fail. So that's a point that maybe influenced the project at that moment, because now we know that it's a question of testing, iterate, maybe
at the beginning,
the relation was complicated. I mean, because we were really focused on getting results soon. I mean, there was a lot of pressure in the media, even in the government. So we tried to work with MIT as if they were a service provider. Which they weren't, obviously. So it took us maybe a couple of years to understand how to develop a truly profitable relation with them. So when we understand that it was what you said, basically, that's transfer knowledge, when we understand this approach, everything becomes much more easier. So probably, if I could come back 10 years ago, redefine the objectives and try not to be so focused in getting results so early, would be something I would definitely change.
And about the economy, maybe you can, Gilbert, explain us a little bit if you have seen that all this ecosystem of innovation that we started to build 10 years ago has had any impacts or has helped us to create economy related with this. And have you seen?
I think that when you see the video that can explain to us, and you put it in 2024, we're talking about 10 years after, it's still there, you know, it's still valid, and maybe more than ever. In Andorra, there is a debate on the impact of tourism, the impact of tourism on urbanism, the impact of tourism on economic exchanges, and you need data in order to respond to answer these questions that arise from the society. And you know, sometimes you have the feeling that there is not enough data behind the decisions that are made. And when you imagine the added value that artificial intelligence can bring to these initiatives 10 years after, that's what when I saw the new graph that you reproduce without using actual data but only by processing. Well, that's I think the future, and so I really think that by taking a little bit the lessons of the past and recovering the projects related to tourism specifically for Andorra would be a great opportunity. I think that we have more muscle in Andorra also. There are more guys from Andorra in Toulouse, in the US. Now I know a few, 4 or 5 guys that are studying in San Diego, in Toulouse on data. You have now the University of Andorra with a new director, with Julie Minoves, who is fond of this US culture because he comes from there. You have also, you keep having strong partners with FEDA and Jordi for Andorra Telecom. You know, I'm saying now Jordi Alcoy, who was at the government at the place, he's now a mayor in Canillo. You know, if he could know the guys that go to the Tibetan bridge, if they stay in Canillo for dinner or lunch or sleeping, or maybe there is some offers that he has to think about because they only go there and go back and spend their money outside. You know, for a decision maker, it's very important to have this kind of information. Otherwise, you're based on populist ideas, and we have to admit that today this is very fashionable. You know, it's very easy to bring solutions based on populism, but to bring solutions based on data and based on the advances that we have on data, that is amazing. And one last question: there is a whole community in Andorra that didn't exist 10 years ago. We have to understand that. We have software developers, cybersecurity guys that have been coming to Andorra because of this cluster that has built up. And this is also a strength that we didn't have 10 years ago, and something that would help us.
It's pretty much bigger right now than 10 years ago, and the possibilities are wider. I mean, so yeah, definitely, totally agree.
I think that it's really true what Gilbert said. 10 years ago, the challenge was taking all of this data that was being underutilized and finding ways to gain insight from it to make better decisions. And now we're at this just fascinating transition where the challenge is how to use all these new emerging tools, AI and generative systems and smart contracts, how to create a synthetic population and put them into virtual worlds, digital twins, you might call them, to play out scenarios in the future and look at future economic and environmental and social conditions looking 10, 15, 20 years in the future. In that sense, the work we've been doing in the last 10 years is just kind of a warm-up for now the real impactful work. And I think thinking about like the Biosphere project that whatever that's called, it's living in harmony with nature, dealing with the challenges of climate change and affordable housing, and what will jobs be in an AI-enabled future, et cetera, et cetera. These are the big challenges, and you can't solve those in traditional disciplines. That requires multiple disciplines to come together. So some people talk about multidisciplinary. That's not enough. That's just disciplines working together. Then they think about transdisciplinary. Well, okay, you transfer something from one to the other. Yeah. I'd like to think about antidisciplinary. I mean, really break down the walls between these disciplines, because that will be needed to deal with the realities that we're facing. It's just too complicated.
Yeah. That's amazing. And also because lately we cannot conceive innovation without sustainability, because maybe 10 years ago it was more like an option, but just in 10 years everything has gone so fast that...
everything is changed, and you said, Ken, we have a lot of data, a lot of maps from Andorra, but I think we have also a lot of people who have connected with people from the other country, for the other cities, for the other countries, with Boston, with MIT, and I think it's a real value we now have in Andorra, because a lot of people in Andorra, perhaps 100 or more, have seen different ways to work, exchange experience, and you should learn a lot, but we also learn a lot. And I think that's the real value we have from the past. Now really the future is surely have more data and taking better decisions, because everything is changing very quick, and sustainability, energy, environment is a challenge for all the world, but also for Andorra. And it's not easy with a little country to think about the good solution. We have to share the problem, share the solutions, and try to work together.
But I do think you can point the way. I mean, you can prototype these solutions, and then let others take it to scale, but then you can be seen as the leader.
Yeah. And I think that's important. When we arrived 10 years ago, I remember one of the first meetings with Marco Muñoz, that is an important person at MIT, and he was like telling you cannot be a follower anymore. I mean, like, you used to follow Spain and France, but now you are becoming a leader because you are starting to work with MIT. Yeah. And I think that has changed. I mean, mentality, Albert, you were telling me a little bit about how the most important value that you are extracting from this collaboration is the change of mentality. So I think that's something that I can see 10 years after. Like, you have changed the mentality, and you are becoming not only leaders in different things, but also guiding our network. Sometimes we put you a lot of times as an example of good practice in the network. But also, so I don't know if, Albert, you want to explain that a little bit, like that change of mentality.
Yeah, that's the change of mentality, but also what you say, Luis, to be the leader. When we show Cityscope and things we are doing in Andorra with MIT, to managers from French companies or Spanish companies, they say, oh, that's very different. Can we work with you? I think we have an opportunity to do different things because we are smaller, and with the help of people like MIT or other countries, we can really change the opportunity in Andorra. And what you say, Luis, changing the minds is also, for me, is the best we have from this collaboration.
Mm-hmm. So are you saying that the relationship and the work that we've been able to do together has opened up new possibilities for your company internationally?
Sure. Yeah. I think the last years, FEDA has done a lot of changes, and I don't know if we have done the same. if we didn't work with MIT. Perhaps yes, perhaps not. It's very difficult, but I think this helps us to defend our ideas, to work on it, and to choose what is the
and
best.
also maybe the cluster, no, the acting cluster.
Yeah.
It's a reality. Maybe from the first beginning.
Acting cluster in
Andorra.
2014 doesn't exist, and I think it was created 1-2 years after. And nowadays it's more of 100 companies in Andorra, big and small companies. And I think it's a point for a reference point for people who came to Andorra working on data, on IT, etc. And they need a point to talk with other partners and to connect with other companies and to connect also with ARI and other. I think that's also this change MIT has helped.
No? And now we have 9 minutes to talk, never more for the past.
Yeah.
Now, the question can be, I have a lot of questions, but if we can be transparent, what do you think that could be the next steps that help us not to start again from zero? Not like this, so we can use all these paths that we have been working together, and all those learnings and all those projects, and how can we now go further and make it useful, no, for the society? Who is going to answer? Because it's not an easy question answer, but
I can start answering a little bit. So one thing that is important is like during these 10 years we have merged a little bit with the research of Andorra, and we are kind of like a part of the research with ARI. I mean, like I think that's very good, but I think we can take this opportunity today to let's put some more muscle on this project and go back again to reconnect with the ministers and reconnect with society and reconnect with the decision makers, because I think that's a huge opportunity. It was fantastic to listen to Conchita, like really saying this is important for the country. So I think that's something that at the beginning was, we were very connected with the decision makers. And now, once again, it's fantastic to work in the research part, but I think it could be fantastic to reconnect with the decision makers. That could be fantastic. And I think the biosphere project, or let's say, how can we live in sync with nature? That's something that, as Ken was explaining, is the biggest challenge that we are facing as humankind, actually. So a lot of cities, they are saying, okay, how can we grow, but keep nature, and that's kind of something that in Andorra is happening. And together we could find solutions of how can we, the 7 parroquias in Andorra, work together to understand how can we grow in a sustainable way. For that, we have to define what is growth, because you cannot only look into that as economic or mobility, you have to look into the socio-economical and environmental growth, no? And so redefining together for the world and say, this is growth, and this is how a country can grow in nature, I think that could be amazing, but I don't know, I mean...
I think about this point of growing, there's a speech which is evolving in, we must not grow anymore. Well, this is unimaginable. If Andorra cannot grow anymore, I'm going to put my children to Boston tomorrow. Because you want to grow there, okay? So it's not a question of decreasing, of the degrowth, which is a speech which is there. It's a question of we need to grow, how to grow without losing quality of life, how to grow without spending too much waste, or how to organize a society, schools, how to organize the infrastructure. So this is the debate. And there is a debate on how to develop Andorra. It's valid in the urban planning sphere, it's valid in the climate change challenges, the tourism sector and all the connections with all this, because it keeps being 40% of the GDP, it's going to be 40% of GDP, but tourism can lead another way of economics. Innovation can go through tourism to really have an impact. So I think that this idea of Andorra as a living lab for how to grow in this new concept of growing, which is balanced and sustainable in the long run, there is an opportunity there. And the idea of reconnecting, there are two things that are very important: alignment, and for sure at the time we really succeeded in align the interests, and then continuity in the effort. 2 years, 3 years, that's not enough.
Yeah.
If you want results, and Maria we wanted results too quickly, and I think that that was a mistake, because we needed them, because we had to prove that the investment that is going to be necessary has results. And so this pressure of we have to demonstrate that. No, it's 10 years. Maybe there is not this pressure anymore, or shouldn't be this pressure anymore. And maybe there is a new opportunity to reboot the collaboration with the MIT Media Lab on Andorran level.
You know, we have companies who come to us all the time, and they come in with a project that they want help on. And I can't tell you how many times I'll say, no, what you're describing, you need a consultant for it. Just go hire a consultant. We do longer-term exploratory research that, rather than helping you with a project, could potentially change your whole industry. And what you have to realize, MIT is a very special place. I mean, it's always the #1 rated engineering school. It's always 2 or 3 in terms of overall university ranking. And great projects come out of it, Nobel Prizes are won, but it's not the projects that are the core value, it's the culture. It's the culture of problem solving, of having an almost complete lack of fear of failure. You try things and you fail rapidly, and you iterate until you get them right. And when we first started the project 10 years ago, we had people coming all the time to MIT and spend time with us. It wasn't knowledge transfer, although there was that. That wasn't the value. It was learning about the culture of problem solving and how to think about challenges in fresh ways. And I hope we can get back to more of that. You need to come and spend time with us too.
Will convince my patronation.
Not only that, but at MIT everybody was talking about Andorra, and they are still talking. I mean, we still have the table. But everybody, researchers, they were knocking at the door and they were saying, "Kent, do you have data? Do you have what is happening in Andorra?" So other PIs like Sandy, I mean, many people were super excited about working. So.
We had telecom data that nobody else had at MIT. And it was Andorra data, and everybody wanted to make use of it on their research, and we can continue that.
Well, we have 2 minutes now, and yes, we can continue that.
So it's more like a question for you, Vanessa.
Now it's a question for, okay.
Yeah, what do you think? Because
yes,
you are,
of course.
Yeah, we are following you. So what is the future?
I totally agree that innovation is a matter of learning and cooking slowly. Yes, we are sometimes humanity surprised by new technologies, cutting-edge technologies like now. Artificial intelligence, that we think that this technology is going to change our lives, and probably in somehow. But we are sometimes not focusing on what is really important, that at the end is what we have said. Talent, our children, our young people, do they have opportunities? This is not something that happens from one day to another day. Another thing is about sustainability, and because at the end, yes, we want to achieve the maximum of the objectives that we have pressure. There are political aspects on that, and of course we need it. But I think that a country as Andorra, we have the opportunity to work together and to slow a little bit sometimes the debate, using these inputs and trying to more or less to follow a different path, because we have the same problems as huge countries, but with less resources, and that means that people, as you, when you were Secretary of State or your Minister or whatever, or that you have to respond as if you are in the Secretary of State of France, no? Because are the same problems. But we have to manage to continue creating this ecosystem of cross-linking. We are always talking about the 4 helix, because it's like this. In a small country, we need to continue working on that way. Yes, I believe that innovation, and if I cannot believe, I want to be able to be the director of Andorra Research and Innovation, that I think that it's a really nice project, because also we are working in multidisciplinary way. That's one of our assets. We have different people working there, close to 50 people with different backgrounds, engineers, biologists, historical disciplines, and many. So when we have the opportunity to cross this knowledge is when the best solutions come from that. So.
And the fact of having a network, I think that there are two things that are the focus. I think that's very necessary. In Andorra, we cannot do many things at the same time because the resources are scarce.
Yeah.
So we have to know what to expect on the collaboration and to put a focus. And that was some of the mistakes that we did. We wanted to embrace it all, and it's not possible. So I think that if there is a reconnection to be done, it has to focus on something achievable, because now we know what is achievable or not. And then also to leverage on the networking. Because the ability of being in a network is that these same problems exist in Hamburg or in Gipuzkoa or anywhere. Probably there are the same challenges. And trying to solve these same challenges, and that where you see that maybe these same challenges are not addressed the same way, or not perceived the same way. And I think that's also something very rich that for the fact of belonging to the MIT Media Lab can.
That's exactly right. Oh, sorry.
Time has run out,
Really well.
so final words, please. Only.
Well, no, in fact, I think it's up to you to tell us what to do, because you really know us well.
You want to be a follower again? No.
No, I'm out, don't worry. But I think you know the country, you know the capabilities, you know the key actors, so it's up to you to tell us how to bring us to the next level, I think.
No, I think that's right. And one of the main reasons we formed the network is so these different places would not reinvent the wheel constantly. We can share ideas and all grow together. And just as Gilbert says, many of the problems are the same in these places, even if the cultures are very different.
Well, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure. We now are run of time. Hopefully, we won't have to wait till 10 years more to meet again all together and to maybe share with all the people that is here now in the coffee break with all together. So thank you so much. And well, a big applause for all of them. So now there is a coffee break in the first floor. We have 30 minutes to do. And please, if it's possible, that you go a little bit fast, because we have the media waiting here. Thank you so much. Bueno, muy bien. Majo, espera que me apagan el micro. Per què? Vale.
Vamos. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. Primero vídeo. Espera. Antes hay que mover, hay que poner a la gente un poco más adelante. Hay que poner a la gente un poco más adelante. Dear colleagues, dear guests, distinguished authorities, if you are still in the room, let's start with the City Science Network Lightning Talks. The network is an international community organized in 10 labs, and today we have the privilege to have more than 70 of its members in this room, and some more online. I was thinking about making a joke related to the amount of smart asses that gathered here today, but I remember that smart people don't call themselves smart, me included. So it is a pleasure to introduce each and every one of the directors of the City Science Labs. They will show us the spirit that lies behind the transformative communities at each specific location. But before going into business, please allow me to send a warm greeting to the directors and colleagues that for many reasons couldn't make it to be here today. And to someone that worked so hard to make this summit happen, that was eager to come, but actually is performing one of the most beautiful and marvelous acts to transform a community, that it's giving birth to a baby. So a big applause for Maggie Church. We love you, Maggie, and we miss you. This is a cowbell, and as we call it here, una esquella. It's a traditional device that is still being used in our mountains to identify the cow herds, as each of them has a distinctive sound, as you can see here. And speaking about distinctive research and about
for the introduction, and thank you so much to the Andorra team for hosting us here for the summit, and also Kent. I'm very grateful to be part of this network. I would like to speak about, where's my presentation? Here it is. No, sorry, I go back. I would like to speak about the power of simplification. So how do we simplify urban technology so that people in the countries, in the cities we work with understand what we do and like to use our tools? And I think I will radically disappoint you now, because I don't present the fancy tech that we created in the City Science Lab. We have done a lot of tools, urban twinning, urban data platforms, and so on and so on. But I wanted to turn it a bit around here and speak about simplification of urban tools, because when we go to countries, especially when we go to low resource countries, we need simplification, and we put a lot of brain work, a lot of funding, a lot of time into how can we simplify our tools so that people immediately understand what we do. The City Science Lab is based in Hamburg. That's a bit how it looks like in our... The time is not running, by the way, so I just keep talking, longer than 9 minutes probably, if someone wants to start this. Otherwise, I'm lost. Okay. So we also have another lab in Hamburg, which is UNITAC. It's an accelerator for cities. So we work with the United Nations, UN Habitat in Nairobi, and OICT in New York. You can see here the map where we work. We have done a lot of projects in Central America the last year, and we also extended a bit our Africa network. We started a project in Somaliland, Hargeisa, and now also Bangladesh, Southeast Asia. This is our great network. I visited Toronto and also Guadalajara this year, and it was great. And we also start working together now, finally, in a very concrete way, and I appreciate that very much. This is our team. We still talk about multidisciplinary. Kent mentioned this morning anti-disciplinary. I also like that term. So we have a lot of different disciplines, and we put a lot of effort into making tech people speak to urban planners, designers, and also artists. That's a lot of work. They speak different languages, but it works well. We are also approximately 35 to 40 people. Maybe it's more or less the same size than the lab in Boston. When we speak about transformation, I think it's a high claim. It's a high standard. I mean, transforming communities is something that is really very, very difficult. And what does it mean? We always go through these four pillars. We try to set up collaborative settings. So eye-to-eye level collaboration, we don't speak about participation anymore. We use the term collaboration. Representing data, what kind of databases do we refer to? We very often face the phenomenon of missing data. Implementation, all projects have to be implemented, and also maintenance. This is probably the most challenged part for us. We want our tools to be maintained in the countries for a long period of time, and that's very, very challenging. What are the challenges? There is huge inequity in the world on many different levels. I don't go into details. I see a lot of very dedicated people, tremendous effort into people coming up with a lot of cool tools. They are blinking, fancy apps. We have so much urban tech around, but there's very little output for people. When I then go to the country, go to the houses of the people, speak with the people, mainly also in the informal settlements, then I see very little output very often. Data quality is sometimes still very bad, and also there is this huge knowledge and resource gap that we face. Oh. Now the presentation doesn't work anymore. So how do I do this now? I need some, there's a video in the presentation, and I think I cannot, okay, so that's my question. I asked that already at the beginning. Do we really create transformation? How can we do that in a good way? And our path to simplicity in the City Science Lab and also in UNITAG has been a bit like this. It's very basic, listen carefully to people. The art of creating use cases, it's really an art itself. It's very, very difficult. And we sometimes take a year when we have a project of just talking to people, listening to people, trying to set up good settings. Then low-cost technology. It's very complicated and complex to create low-cost technology. It's very challenging, but it works. Easy to handle and also very low resources. And when I speak about low-cost technology, it's not only about talking when we work with cities in the global south, it's also in the global north. Go to an authority in Hamburg or whatever, people sometimes don't know how to use GIS in a good way. I think it's also for us living in the global north. I want to take you to a little journey, what happened to us in terms of simplifying technology. We have this great tool, it calls Beam. Mike Harthan is here, he will give a workshop tomorrow about it. It's a great tool, it's an image recognition tool. You can use aerial images, drone photos, satellite images to understand the rooftops of informal settlements. It creates shaped files of informal settlements so that planners can understand better how the settlements grow, how fast, and which direction. It's highly requested in the world because we have many, many informal settlements. Our pioneer city was eThekwini in South Africa. It worked really, really well, and we were all very happy. When you work with the United Nations, there's always this claim of scaling up to 193 member states, which is our community. It stressed me a lot when I started to work with the UN, but now I like this pressure because it's really cool when you think about how can you scale up a tool to the maximum. It's a huge challenge. Then we got a request, a nice request from, sorry, it doesn't work again. We got a great request from Central America, and I need to show you now a film, otherwise it doesn't, sorry, here. We got funding from different sources, and we were super happy, and we wanted to start to work with Central American countries. So we set up a lot of workshops, talking to them. So we have this great tool, how can we use this in Honduras or whatever? And then we realized during the workshops that they were not even able to know or to localize the informal settlements, because it's very political what an informal settlement is. So they started to discuss among them, should we use this area, or is it more that area, or maybe this area? And we couldn't figure out a location where we could apply the Beam tool. And we got very, very frustrated because we wanted to start working, we wanted to feed the tool with a lot of images and so on, and it didn't work out because they didn't tell us the exact locations where we could apply the tool. So what we did then was, and this is an example of simplification, one of our programmers, it's Martin, he's not here unfortunately this year, he came up with Draw Maps. Draw Maps is a very, very simple tool for real-time collaborative mapping. And I show you a bit how it works. So this is a very typical situation. You are sitting in front of a laptop, people are sitting in the Caribbean, and you want to start work. And then this is now how Draw Maps work. It's a very simple login. You can create, you give them the project a name, you describe a bit what you want to do, and give some information in it. You can draw maps in many, many different ways. You can draw lines. You can just put points to the map. You can create landfills. So we all know that. We are all good at mapping here. And you see here how it works. It's also not very, very well designed. It's very, very basic, but we need it to be fast. Otherwise, we would have lost our partners. Then you put a map behind it. It can be an OpenStreetMap or a Google map or whatever kind of maps you have in this country. This is a map from Ukraine. We also use this tool in Ukraine now. And then you start drawing a map together, and people start talking about, is this now our informal settlement or is it that one? That's it. It's super, super simple, but it worked so well, and it was a kind of breakthrough for us in the project, because finally people started to localize the informal settlements and we could start working and talking. That was great, and we use draw maps now in many different contexts, also in Ukraine when we speak about damage, damage or the damage that is going on there. It's also sometimes not easy for the planners to understand where it is and so on. Same thing happened to Namibia. Sorry, I have seen this one doesn't work. Just for the next speaker, we have to fix that, I think. Sorry, it doesn't work at all. Same thing happened in Namibia. We also offered, we have a project in Namibia, we also offered a lot of tools to Namibia, citizen engagement tools, virtual reality, co-planning tools, and so on. And our colleagues in Namibia, they constantly said, oh no, it's nice, it looks good, but we don't know how to, it doesn't make sense for us here. After a year, we came up with this one. It's the digital job card, also a very simple tool. It is about, we realized that in very small villages, we don't only work in Windhoek, we also work in smaller villages. They don't have any digitized data system, and they do a lot of public services. And the service is not documented at all. So we started this digital job card, and that means that people can just put what they do, they just fix a pipe, they collect waste, whatever they do, they can put it to a very simple data base, send it to the manager of the city planning institution, and the manager can just say, okay, it's done. And there is a documentation of what has been done in the public service sector. And this is already a lot. It looks like this. Also very, very simple, but it's the first step of like creating digitized data for a very small village, in this case in Namibia. Co-maps, also we founded a company. As I said before, many people don't know how to use GIS. It's about analyzing, visualizing, simulating data. And we are now, and this is my last example, starting a big project in Hamburg, which is also very simple. We have a lot of construction sites in Hamburg, and people are complaining. You can't get through the city by car, pedestrians, bikers. It's not possible anymore. You always get stuck in a blocked road. So the mayor called me and he said, look, we need a communication tool for the citizens, otherwise they are complaining. And we are setting up, I mean, they're already making jokes about the construction sites, so decorating them with flowers. And we set up a very simple map, and you can, 200 different construction sites, you can just click at the points, and the map explains you how long is the construction site there, how expensive is it, who is running the thing, and so on. It's also a very simple tool, and it hopefully works quite well. So sum up, and then I've done, what is the power of simplification from my point of view? Clear your mind in action, focus, what do you really want to do? Take your time for use case generation, talk to the people, and one step at a time. It's always a multi-stakeholder, a multi-stage procedure. This is something that I had to learn, because I always had this big picture of we need a perfect urban data management platform, and then we can start working. It doesn't work like that. Celebrate micro successes, because the big picture is usually very far away in most of the countries and cities in the world. And scalability, only the very best projects, only few projects will be scaled to the world, to many countries. But I think scalability is a claim, it's a standard that we should all have in mind, because it makes us to make the products better. Thank you so much. That was my input and talk.
Dankeschön. So, and now, this is an intriguing but effective safety system that you will see in the windows of some of the old buildings in this country. It's called an Stipajex, or the Jacket Reaper, not the Jack the Ripper, the Jacket Reaper, okay? We have it also in the peaks of, in some of the peaks of our mountains. And related to the research of secure, equitable, and resilient communities in informal settlements and vulnerable environments, we have the City Science Lab Guadalajara, a collaboration with the University of Guadalajara in Jalisco, Mexico. This collaboration aims to understand urban performance metrics using evidence-based decision-making tools at the community scale. Pavel Morales, he's the Director, Strategic Infrastructure Projects of University of Guadalajara, and the Research and Project Management at the City Science Lab in Guadalajara. Pavel is an engineer, strategist, a serial entrepreneur with a diverse educational background. He leads the development and implementation of large-scale educational and research infrastructure projects. Bienvenido, Pavel. Please, a big round of applause for him.
Gracias. Thank you, Jordi. Thank you, Vanessa, all the Andorra team, MIT team, all my colleagues. I'm so excited and happy to be here. Well, I'll start my presentation. Let's see if this works. Yes. Well, in an inspiring talk, 2021, we heard and listened to a discussion on how all the effort done by the different labs around the world will impact at least 12 of the sustainable goals from the United Nations. But we found out later that the ones that were not mentioned in that talk were actually very, very close to our daily reality. We found out that in this case, no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, gender equality, partnership for the goals for University of Guadalajara and for Guadalajara and Mexico were very, very important. We know that we live in the so-called global south, which represents more than 70% of the human population. We know that our poverty line, there is more than 50% of Mexico population that lives in poverty or extreme poverty. So for us, it's really, really very important to consider this. I come represent, I'm sorry, they didn't mention before, but I'm representing Mayra Gamboa, who is the director of the lab at Guadalajara, and she couldn't be here for unforeseen reasons, but her warmth, vision, and passion are here with us today. I'm also representing University of Guadalajara, which is the second largest in Latin America, with 335,000 students in more than 19 campuses in the state of Jalisco. So our university has a vast history of striving for transformation of individuals and communities in our state and our country, and we are very proud to build on that legacy. Here is different from here. So, can we go back or something? Well, what we were discussing and understanding, as in the previous example, is that in each case for us, we need to reinterpret the normal models that apply to all the world. We need to reinterpret them as per our real situation and reality. In this case, for example, the triple helix model that has been mentioned here, or the quadruple one that we prefer for philosophical and ethical reasons, that includes society, or the fifth helix model, and all the helices that could come after that. We really think that what we are trying to is to reinterpret them in a way that we think that different actors and stakeholders on this model are different. We really think as a university, as a public university, that society needs to be the final end for all of those projects, and that is something that needs to be taken into consideration. Also, we think that knowledge is what joins all together. So we think that these quadruple helix projects are more than just quadruple helix. Not all stakeholders are the same. And we really think that knowledge isn't the one that needs to be like in the center and making sure that society needs are involved and are the final goal of it. So we can have this ecosystem that can flourish and give to all society to fulfill their needs and make sure that we are representing and focusing on the real problems. So problems of people, and people like Eva, that you know from Guadalajara, and that we have been working with her and her community for several years, and that probably the Boston team should remember her from the workshops when she was saying and introducing herself. I like all you're saying, but you need to go and take a look at my neighborhood. It's like different. The reality is totally different there, and it was a very big shock and very important that we went there and we really understood what the conditions were for her. She's a worker and a leader for her community. And when she introduced herself, she said that, they call me the Barbie in the community. Later on, she started developing skills. She finished high school, and she then told us that actually she didn't like her name before, but now she liked it. And my name is Eva, she told us. And that was very, very important for us, because it's like she outgrown this Barbie concept and really understood and felt that she was okay with her own name. So for us, that was very, very important. Now she's planning to study university and learning English so she can participate in the workshops. And this is a representation also of this community that is very close to our campuses, and that we have been working, and a lot of the things that have been working there, that we have been working there, will be applied then to different scales, as we will see later. So, having said a little bit about the why, then we'll go to the how, and this is where we want to go to the projects. The first one that I will mention, the Manantlan Biosphere Reserve, is a long-dated project of the University of Guadalajara. We are talking about 3 decades here, one of the first biosphere reserve in Latin America. And that was the confluence of several important political, socioeconomic processes there, the confluence of several of these processes in which the indigenous community was fighting for their rights against logging and mining companies. And the university, with a team, started developing sustainable goals for the forest and for the environment there, and started working in this model that I described before, in which we were kind of regulating the discussions between government, private sector, and the community. This happened a long ago, but really was the first steps towards some of the projects that we are working today. And one of the most important ones, for example, that came exactly after this, three decades later probably, was the Environmental Sciences Museum, which is being built now in Guadalajara, will be one of the most important museums in Latin America. Actually, the part of the team that worked on the reserve then came and worked, and is working on this project that is about to be finished. And that is a project very important to our city and to Latin America, and that puts the urban space, the city, as the center of the discussion of the future of nature. We know that 50% of population lives in city, and in some years, 75% of population will live in city. In Mexico, 75% population lives already, so will live in the future already. This is a very, very important project for us, that has been a foundation for a lot of the projects that we have been working after it. Again, the city is at the center of the museum, and we're trying to understand how the city ecosystem, or space, or landscape, we call it, will affect all the natural ecosystem around. Actually, it also hosts the City Science Lab since last year. So our lab is within the Museum of Environmental Sciences in Guadalajara. And that is the team here there saying hello. Well, the Wixárika community is in the western part of Mexico. It is an indigenous community in Mexico that we as a university have been working with them for several years already, striving and trying for their rights for the land, against all the different interests that coexist there. And last year, we took the decision, with the community, of course, to have the first university campus in the Wixárika area, in which more than 2,000 students from the community will be there. that was a land that was selected, and this is the project. And actually, several of the CS Lab Guadalajara team members are working in this project that aims to bring not just all the knowledge from the university to the communities, but also to learn from all the ancient knowledge that they can share with us, and that actually has a lot to do with the earth and with how to coexist with nature. It's part of their cosmology, so we are very excited to learn a lot from them too. Lomas del Centinela, I already mentioned a little bit about this. This had to do a lot with informal settlements, which again is a big part of what is the global south and our daily reality. This is probably 10 minutes away from the museum. So in the museum we have a lot of diversity in 1 kilometer of around the museum, in which we have Lomas del Centinela, which is one of the most informal poorest communities there, around there. And then in the other side, in the same kilometer, we have one of the highest power of economic power in the state. So we have all that diversity around. We have been working with them with a lot of projects in the last 4 years. And again, it has to do with projects actually about, that has to do with poverty, with hunger, with different things that are their daily reality, so we cannot lose focus on those special and important issues for them. We also have been working with them on censoring the water with Andres and some other team members. And actually, what I wanted to mention is that we are scaling this project, working with municipalities, state government, so we can actually scale it to different levels in which we can access to some of the most strategic projects of the state and be able to implement these measurements with sensors that we are working with the students of the university. One of the most important projects we are pursuing and working on now has to do with architecture with our architects, that aims to not just provide different solutions for people that has the auto construction, that they need to auto construct their houses there. That is more than 60% of population in Mexico, and we want to provide tools that we can help them design their houses, and actually that we can scale this up to actually provide some different resources, tools, and different kind of techniques for any number of applications. And last but not least, we want to talk about, and we haven't heard a lot about this quadruple helix model research parks that we are promoting for the university and developing from the University of Guadalajara, in which the private sector, we will live in a country where, and in a place with the technology sector is very strong, and we are called the Silicon Valley of Latin America, and we are just 2 hours away from the real Silicon Valley in San Francisco or in West United States. And basically, we are developing these projects in which we start to apply the concept of campus as a city, because our campuses are so big. We have 335,000 students. Our campuses are 20,000 students, 25,000, 30,000 students each. So we start to see things and phenomena that are more of those of a city than that of a campus. And actually, we are using these campus processes and projects to make sure that we have the transdisciplinary involvement. That means out of the academy, including all these stakeholders that we mentioned before. And actually, we are using these projects as test beds for a lot of different projects, technology projects and transference projects that have to do with studying the city within our campuses, and then we can scale up to municipalities, districts, or even the country. And that means probably using AI, automatic detection of mobility counts, or digital twins, which is one of our lines of research too, and all the projects that has to do with agent-based modeling that could apply to our different campuses and city. So I think that's it. And please come and join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pavel. Probably you imagine that I will bring kind of a plow, maybe a hammer or stone, but we use also new technology. And in fact, we have this drone to do many different things. Some of the people on my team, they told me, can you fly the drone inside? And I said, yeah, we'll do it. Do you have a driver license? I said, no, not really, no. What happens if you have an accident? Well, I don't know, maybe just we will have many doctors in the room. Who from you are a doctor? Not the PhD ones, the other ones. Okay, good. No doctors in the room. So we are in business now. We use this cool device and its big brother for many applications in Andorra. Forest analysis, lidar photogrammetry, or people rescue. In fact, not this one. We don't put people here, but some of the drones that they use at the firemen here, we have a collaboration with them, and we use them to detect people with some body cameras. You can detect the heating on your body, and they fly the drones, and we can reduce the amount of time that the people are, in danger. So this is a very small device, but it's extremely resourceful. Our colleagues at the City Science Lab Taipei are small in size, but they are using state-of-the-art technology in many different applications. The lab focuses on development of a smart city infrastructure and autonomous vehicles, and they have a ton of cool gizmos to play with. I was with the director of the City Science Lab in Taipei yesterday, and he will show us this incredible presentation that he has with lots of things moving around. Some of them, they are really, really cool. And, I will let Roy just explain about that. They collaborate closely with partners from academia, industry, and the government as they strive to prototype a set of digital tools that enable a bottom-up, data-driven approach to envision future communities. Roy Lin is the head of Urban Informatics, City Science Lab, Taipei. He's an architect, urban designer, strategist, and data analyst with a passion for blending design and technology. He holds a Master of Architecture in Urban Design from Harvard University's Graduate School of Design. Okay, sorry, but I will try to say something in Taiwanese, but Huang Gen Kom Lim. Big applause for him.
Hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here and share what we've done in Taipei on behalf of the team. So I'd like to start with a clip. Is it not working? Okay. Oh, this is actually the last page. All right. I guess, yeah. Let's try again. The timer is not running either. Okay. I'd like to start with the clip about the actual environment that we're working on, just to show, give you guys a little sense of the vibe in the lab. And since Ken mentioned the culture is the essence of the collaboration, and we do have that vibe, at least in my opinion, we're cultivating that kind of collaboration. And as probably some of you already know, that there's two main focuses in Taipei's lab. One is urban informatics. We see that as using urban data as a way to understand the city, decode probably, and to foresee what's coming next. But on the other hand, we also have urban robotics as a way to actually intervene the built environment, to take actions to respond to human behaviors. And because of the emergence of AI, we want to use that to empower these two different focuses altogether, and we call it urban AI. But AI doesn't necessarily equip with the knowledge of deep understanding of the city, so we have to build the knowledge base for the machine. We call it a spatial temporal database. What that actually means is, imagine a city, and typically how we digitalize a city, maybe through GIS softwares or satellite images, but there are so many different formats of data. So one way we came up with is using a singular uniform architecture to resample the ground truth so that we can aggregate all attributes of cities into a cell-based kind of architecture and pre-aggregate them all together at different resolution allows researchers or entities to quickly retrieve the data they need for different purposes of research. This is a demonstration of the database. We divide the space into different cells, and all the way from cities scale to regional and down to the building level, or even interior level. All the attributes are aggregated in a uniform system. And since we built the pipeline, we spent quite some time building the structure, so we want to open source that. You can easily, literally install the pipeline tool in your Python. Pip install H3 toolkits, you can do that. And also we are releasing the platform, hoping to empower other researchers or entities with aggregated data formats. And we have a larger ambition of that database. So it's not just aggregating data altogether, but if you study cities, you will learn that the more data you collect, the harder it is to align all the data set in terms of time or space. So inevitably, we need to figure out a way, maybe using deep learning or machine learning, to interpolate what's missing, the missing value handling. And with that, we have a partly synthesized historical data set, but with a better continuity, then we could forecast the future with higher confidence. This essentially is a basis of marching forward to a spatial temporal foundation model, similar to large language model. It's a general model that tells us how city operates, the complexity of a city, and hoping to answer some of the questions we have. So with that database, around that, we build modules of AI functions or machine learning functions, such as agentic AI framework, which we incorporate large language models to automate some of the urban analysis work. Let me demonstrate this TAI1, Taiwan code name. We can do like natural language input, like show me the population and average income of the entire Taiwan. Then the AI agent working in the background retrieve from the database and plot them on a map. All these are automated in the back end by AI. Or we can do something more advanced, slightly more advanced, like geoprocessing and data filtering, like tell me the average income within 300 meters along the high-speed road. Since we equipped the AI with the knowledge of geospace elements, that it could actually generate the buffer zones accordingly and calculate the value in between. And we can further filter by some criteria saying, okay, show me the top 40% of the average income. And then again, the AI running in the background, spit out the result, visualize it. So all these used to require at least one GIS expert or data analyst work for at least a couple of hours, crunch the data, visualize it, now automate it all in a matter of a few seconds. So with this tool, we're hoping to make it more sophisticated for more complicated questions. And with the power of a collaboration platform, we hope to democratize urban knowledge and empower more urban decision making. And the next I'm going to share is with this architecture, but adding more algorithms like routing. This is what we built, the urban mobility simulator, essentially using a large language model as a way to generate a proxy of the actual population, the synthetic population. And with that, we could simulate the actual moving pattern of the virtual citizens. And we can use this to manifest the impact of urban change. And besides just that, we could also introduce some other modules that this more machine learning modules, because not all the data are spatial tagged. So some of the most valuable data set are actually text-based. For example, citizen report database. This is a citizen report database from Kaohsiung City, and with the machine learning modules, we can categorize different topics and using AI to extract the topic or the insights of the learnings. So this is Insight Navigator. We try to use this to derive directly the insights from semantic data. And on the other hand, for robotics, there's are many different things that we try to implement right now, including multi-agent robotic agents or robotic control. One of the projects that we're working on right now is equipped the bots built by Boston Dynamics with the ability to do autonomous patrolling. And with more interactive interface, we're hoping to use AI to do multi-robots, fleet control, or task automation. And lastly, we have this bipedal wheel robots. It's designed for more sophisticated, complex urban environment to move faster, more agile, and two of the robots can actually combine together into a quadruped bolts. So this is the core of our AI assistant kind of structure. So I'd like to end this sharing with this diagram. As I mentioned, at the larger scale, at the macro scale, we use urban data to understand, to comprehend or forecast what's happening next. But with the robotic, we actually take actions to intervene the built environment, and then we will gather more data along the way. So there's a feedback loop. Hopefully, we can gather. And lastly, to thank our partners and collaborators, including the pioneers in the industry, and also the central government agencies in Taiwan. And also, we're working on collaborating with more and more local governments in Taiwan. And if you're interested in learning more, please visit our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Okay, no more cool gizmos here. This is not the shepherd's stick. It's a different thing. This is a stick with an antenna and with this tiny device. We use this high-precision meter that is based on GPS technology to measure snow depth, among many other applications. And from the cold snow to the hot sun, no one knows better desert conditions than our colleagues from the City Science Lab Israel. This is a collaboration with the Ben Gurion University in Beersheba, as they research new systems and strategies for communities with the aim to develop test experimental projects related to desert tech and new models for communities to reduce carbon emissions. Mehrab Haddad is the director of the Negev Urban Research Lab and the City Science Lab in Israel. She's an architect, an urban planner, a graduate of the Bezalel program in architecture, an alumni of both Israeli Fellow program at the Laboratory for Contemporary Urban Design. Mehrab holds a master's degree in environment, society, and planning from the Tel Aviv University. Buha haba, Mehrab. A big applause for her.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It's my first summit and my first time in Andorra, and I'm very excited to be here. From the beautiful landscape of the mountains and the forest, I will take you to a journey through the desert. In extreme environments like the desert Negev, where the tension between formal and informal settlements are stark, it is essential to recognize the complexity and nuance of urban development and community engagement. In the Beersheba metropolis, there's a wide range of living communities that approach the desert in different ways, some imposing top-down structures where other bottom-top initiatives. In order to address this complexity, we want to focus on three interrelated infrastructures: ecological, physical, and social, and each representing a different aspect alive, and specifically shade, waste, and health. Climate change is a global challenge that has many aspects. In hot areas and in the desert, heat and rising temperature are a major concern. As you all know, 2023 had been the hottest year on record globally. So we will start with the city of Beersheba. This is not working, 1 second. Okay, so we will start with the city of Beersheba, the major city within the Negev. In Beersheba, the locals, they don't walk, they drive. And in the Innovation District, a key developing area within the city, there are very few activities in the street and open spaces. In the desert, shade is life. Without shade, outdoor activities can merely take place. If we want to create urbanism that suits hot climate and is resilient to extreme heat, creating and maintaining shade is essential. We want to focus on the human scale and help design outdoor spaces that prioritize human comfort. And so we aim in creating a comprehensive study of shade and creating a shade atlas that maps and analyzes different conditions of shade in rural and urban areas. Moreover, building an index of strategies and actions, creating new design tools together with students through courses and studios, developing new technology-based solutions, engaging startups and companies, and planting trees and use vegetation in collaboration with the Center for Urban Forestry and Shading. By doing that, we can create a shade atlas that will allow urban planners, architects, municipalities, and communities design much more pleasant and suitable places. Moreover, we want to collaborate with other research labs, with you, and create a global shade atlas that creates a comparison between different places and share best practice. So from the city of Beersheba, we are moving now towards the eastern Negev. One of the most distinctive features of the Negev is its Bedouin population that has a historical and cultural presence in the region. The Bedouin live in both recognized and unrecognized villages, creating a complex spatial pattern that shapes the social and spatial dynamics of the region. In the large, vast, unpopulated desert, often illegal and informal activities often take place. One of the most pressing issues is the illegal dumping of waste. This practice affects the Bedouin population directly. It affects their health, their surroundings, their living conditions, and also the future development prospects. Currently, there are over 3,000 informal, illegal waste sites in the Eastern Negev alone. The waste comes from all over the country, as well as from unrecognized villages that lack proper infrastructures, creating both public health and environmental challenge nationally. We want to address this challenge by creating a data-driven index of strategies and actions that is tailored to informal settings. And in that, creating and enabling, actively engaging the Bedouin communities, local municipalities, NGOs, and entrepreneurs. From the Eastern Negev, we will very shortly move, if this will work. Okay, so we're moving from the Eastern Negev to Kibbutz Revivim. The kibbutz is a very unique way of living, and in the kibbutz there's a very high quality of life due to a very strong sense of community. Now in the kibbutz, they made a deliberate choice to place the elderly center next to the kindergarten and daycare and community garden, fostering intergenerational interaction. The kibbutz is a very unique model, living model, that cannot be merely duplicated in an urban setting, but we can learn a valuable lesson from it, and especially how the thoughtful distribution of amenities and services throughout the city can help strengthen social ties and enhance overall well-being. We would like to present the notion of social prescribing. It's a medical approach where doctors refer patients to a non-clinical and activity-based, community-based activities in order to improve their health and their well-being. This approach is very relevant to us because it has a direct implication in the urban and physical environment. So the social ties and the connection between the different places and the distribution of amenities within the urban city is very, very important. And so we think by creating a comprehensive data sets that focus on demographic information, health data that we have in collaboration with Israel's largest HMO, Clalit, as well as the distribution of amenities and accessibility, we can help influence top-down decisions made by municipalities and bottom-up solutions driven by local communities. And so to conclude, we want to build an index of strategies and actions that align the social and ecological and physical infrastructures. By doing that, we can enable and learn and work with the challenges that the desert possesses and engage all the different communities and work in various scales. Now, another exciting project we are currently building is our lab in the heart of Beersheba. We are actually transforming a former bar into a research lab. Now, we are not in charge for stopping all the fun. The bar has stopped working years ago, and a strategic spot within the city, between the Ben Gurion University and the city's main hospital, Soroka, was just left neglected and empty for years. And so, seen from the street, inviting the public to walk in, we envision our lab as a dynamic hub, engaging researchers, students, engineers, designers to work alongside with municipalities, government, and communities to design novel practices and design tools to create more equitable and sustainable cities. The newer lab has been launched in January 2024 in the middle of a war that unfortunately is still ongoing. Yet we're very excited to invite you all to the grand opening in January 2025. Thank you.
Toda Mirav. Thank you. I like this idea of having a research center inside a bar, because how many of you, you have very good ideas, with drinks, that you change the world, and you can do many, many different things. I think it's a good approach. Okay, I do have something. Okay, I'm not coming empty hands. This is an AI image. I'm going to share it with you. I did an experiment with a generative tool that we have, an AI tool, about our network. And I asked the network, I prompted to generate an image that defines the city science network. And here it is. This is the city science network that the GenAI tool generated with my prompt. City, people, ideas, and all connected using a tree as a metaphor. But our colleagues at the City Science Lab Toronto know much better how to use AI to build capacity around city research. This is a collaboration with the Ryerson University. They work on the development of urban interventions that include financial modeling, design of innovation flow, public health, and new mobility systems and energy networks. Hossein Ranama, director of the City Science Lab at Toronto. Hossein's research focuses on artificial intelligence, human-computer interaction, and the design of privacy-preserved, data-driven services. In addition to his work at Ryerson University, Hossein is also the founder and CEO of FlyBits, and a research affiliate at the MIT Media Lab. Hossein, the floor is yours, eh? Big applause for him.
Thank you very much for having me here. About 10 years ago, when I started working with Professor Larson, my first project was focused on Andorra, and I was working on predicting purchase patterns in Andorra based on the data. Well, yesterday, for the very first time, I found those maps and I went for a walk where my algorithm predicted the purchases. So it was not augmented reality, but it was reality augmented after 10 years. Our university is based in downtown Toronto. It's a very urban environment. Toronto is one of the largest cities in North America. And I'm hoping that you all get an opportunity to visit us. This is a set of photos from our lab. It is now the largest startup/innovation incubator in Canada. It is in downtown Toronto, and it's very much focused on interdisciplinary research, bringing students from creativity, design, urban informatics, medical sciences, all in one location to be able to innovate. We also focus on a lot of curricular activities, so we have super course programs that bring students, industry, startups all together. So within a semester, they have the ability to move things from ideation to impact. So that has really helped us to not just do research, but also understand the impact of research in the real world. About 10 years ago, when I started my academic work, a lot of our focus was on digital informatics. We launched a major project for the Paris Metro Authority in France. And back then, things were very different, because if we knew the requirements of the project using digital capabilities, we could use those requirements and build it. But now, our relationship with data is fundamentally changing. Our relationship with data, our relationship with AI, and that is basically transforming our research both at Toronto Metropolitan University and also at MIT. We are shifting from models that we used to centralize data, use that for personalization purposes, and deliver and push information to users. Now that personalization is shifting towards participation and collaboration. We want to co-create with machines. We want to be involved to design these experiences, whether for cities or for any other sector that you can imagine. So a lot of our work in our group is about understanding those data relationships and building systems accordingly. A lot of our focus early days were on human-computer interaction, essentially the human versus the machine, and now we are working on human-AI systems, moving AI to the background, allowing AI to help us to communicate and collaborate more effectively together. And as a result, I would like to show you some of our newest works at our group at the Media Lab, and we call it Perspective-Aware AI. That's a fundamentally different paradigm compared to the type of AI we use today, and it's a type of an AI that allows us to see the world through each other's lenses. Over the past 5 years, we have built the algorithmics and the capabilities allowing us to do that. And I want to show you some examples in terms of how our team is applying that to their respective sectors. We are working on these multimodal systems using images, CAD drawings, strings, text, code. We are creating those graphs called chronicles. So a lot of our focus are on these reason-ready AI, so that not just we use data, but we will be able to reason with AI. And that's a subset of machine learning that we refer to it as structural learning. So we understand behavioral patterns, we understand movement patterns, we are intersecting the semantic computing world with the AI world to be able to understand situation and context in a city, and we develop these graphs so we can use that to make AI more and more contextual. So let me show you some examples. We created a language in our team called iGenerate. Perhaps you have all used Twitter, hashtags, handles, we know how to use that. So now we have a syntax called iGenerate, curly brackets, the model that you want to fine-tune, and then you apply that to your sector. So this is a use case in which 2 of my master's students used for navigating New York. So I want to say I want to generate a lens to navigate New York. I will get access to trusted chronicles. These are the people that I trust in my network. I will form and fine-tune an LLM based on the person's know-how. And then when I go to New York, I don't need to rely on a centralized recommendation system like TripAdvisor or Google Places. I can basically see the city through the lens of someone else. So we have done this in Paris, we have done this in New York, and we have interconnected these to open data platforms. So for example, in open banking, which Europe is now a leader, you can basically share transactions with each other using a blockchain technology, and that will be able to help you to view and walk through a city through the lens of others. I'm also very interested in the future of architecture. So if you look at on the left-hand side, that's the picture of our startup office. It's the real video being captured. We have created a tool now called the Open Dome. We don't want to call it a metaverse. It's a dome connected to open data. And using techniques such as Gaussian splatting and LiDAR, we can now create a digital twin of that space within less than half an hour. So that technology is becoming more and more relevant. But up until now, these are all Cartesian coordinates. Everyone will see the same thing. What we have done now is that we have mapped the knowledge base of everyone in this office based on their permission. And now, whether you use a headset or a browser or a phone, you can basically navigate the office and see the office through the lens of others. So for example, I want to generate a lens to view the office, but I want to see it through the lens of a CEO. I want to see it through the lens of an intern. So this way, our paper, which is going to be published in about 3 months, it's basically bringing people together to understand each other better. So with remote work and work from home becoming more and more popular, technologies like these allows you to really provide that contextual spatial environments to the same audience. We just got a major grant in the US, which is also allowing us to think about this, about the future of work. The chart on the left-hand side is probably very familiar to you. Project comes in, people based on the skill sets available, budget and calendar will get together and do the work. Now in this research, we are demonstrating that each of us in an office or in a company will be represented by a knowledge graph. Our knowledge graphs will now come together to perform the first part of that task, but our job will now be polishing and making that project more innovative. And this is proving, as part of our research, that AI is not here to replace us, but is here to augment us, allowing us to go about our daily life and learn and add to our chronicles while protecting our data with privacy. One thing we love about it in the Media Lab is that we built fundamental technologies that is applicable to almost any vertical that you can imagine. We have applied it into space. That's a timely topic. As leisure travel in space is becoming more and more pervasive, space travelers can now go through that spacecraft and view it through each other's lenses, because you can imagine different culture will be confined for relatively a long time, and that has psychological impact. So with this, architects of that space can design the space in a way that is more attuned to their needs. We have done it for airlines, we have done it for doctors, that if 2 doctors are looking at the same medical dossier, you can wear 2 doctors on the same medical records and see different information, allowing you to make better decisions. I'm going to skip some of these. A lot of the things that I have shown you up until now are screen AI, using data, using decentralization, using modeling to generate information on a 2-dimensional screens. We are also applying that in 3 or 4 dimensions. So this is an example. That's my younger daughter, Sierra. We have now incorporated these models into these humanoid robots. So as kids are interacting with these agents, the robot will become more and more tuned based on the behavioral pattern of the kid, and it's a multimodal system. So parents can also incorporate these value systems as nodes into that knowledge graph. The reason I show you this is that this is the future of what we call human AI agents. Our knowledge base will find its way into these AI systems and making them less biased and more transparent in terms of how we want to use it. That's a big focus of our work. For some of you from Germany, you may know this. This was a big documentary on Deutsche Welle built by a famous documentary maker, Ingolf Bauer. So he came to our lab. We used our chronicle builders to create his knowledge base. And part of the documentary called My Avatar and Me, basically the conversation was with me and the avatar to demonstrate that our knowledge base can be encapsulated. The reason I show you these is that these are the future agents that we can talk about even when you think about customer services, city services, incorporating our knowledge base or even a company's knowledge base, not just behind a string-based chatbot, but basically on avatars that are fully time-stamped and vetted before you're using them. We are building this in our lab so we can capture emotions and behaviors. So now we have the ability to get patent information, innovation information, videos, audios. You can incorporate all of that into these graphs, and then you can create these interactions with them. So I'm going to show you a quick example. This, you can prompt an agent with a question. So imagine that you are asking the same question from, okay, didn't work. Hopefully this time works. Okay, it says my video does not play. But anyway, when you ask the question, you can see that the avatar actually talks. But the most important part is that dashboard down there, because these AIs are very prone to biases and wrong information. As you're interacting with that avatar, you can see that the confidence levels on those answers are changing. So you can trust it or not, but we are measuring things such as provenance of the data, integrity of the data, facts of the data as you're conversing with them. So my videos don't work. We are now building this also for the Media Lab. So hopefully next time you visit us, you can actually come to the lab and look at the lab through the lens of different professors. So their research, their papers, their work are all being encapsulated. So you can now view a particular project through the lens of different people. The problems we see with these systems, and you heard it in some of the previous talks, is that we did a major study that when you look at some of the current models for images, for videos, they are very good in detecting objects, but they are extremely poor in understanding people. So if you look at some of our ground truth and data, they are all performing below 50%. So a lot of our work in our group is to understand empathy, psychology, behavioral patterns, because the models currently are really missing those. And applying that for citizens and bringing that to more transparent environments really require major innovation. I'm going to skip that. This was another work that we did with Deepak Chopra, who is applying this for the future of immortality. But I'm running out of time, but I want to highlight a few things. In all of our research, what we are realizing is that we have reached a level of computational maturity that we can actually recreate a lot of these things, digital twins of cities, digital twins of us. But the problem is not the technology. The problem is really understanding people, us, context, behavior, biases, and all of that. So recently, my team and I, we just got another major grant in Canada to really study other domains. We talked a lot about cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary work. So we are now spending time with people who study even things like death, empathy, emotions, and we are fine-tuning a lot of our models to incorporate those human elements in those. These are people who have no idea about technology, but the more we do our research, we realize, well, that's the problem. Those information are not available in the systems we are creating. In addition to that, we are building these city hubs in collaboration with Professor Larson's group to make sure that cities can share data. We are doing a lot of federated learning to be able to allowing communities to learn from each other. So understanding causalities and behaviors and correlations. And we have applied it not just to cities. So this is in Toronto. 3 communities are using this data to drive healthier behavior like recycling and others. But we are now also seeing how we can bring things like tax authorities to incentivize communities if they are performing better than others. This is an agent-based model that we built. Again, the great thing about our team is that we learned a lot from our team in Boston, doing this in Kendall Square, doing it in Andorra. This is basically in collaboration with the bank that is bringing credit card and debit card transaction alongside movement data, and we are building a pathway to purchase modeling for cities, allowing banks to create new opportunities for them. This is another one that we just got. About a year ago, we got a $9.2 million grant to really study supply chains in Canada because the country really got disrupted, especially post-COVID. So now we are using AI tools to figure out what may go wrong in a supply chain, and also presenting those in 3D. The last thing I say, just 3 days ago, Kent and I were at the Media Lab. We announced a program called Sapien. Sapien with an AI in between, not with A. So this is about a human AI systems coming together. And the whole point of Sapien is to really look at all of these technology elements with a very new perspectives, especially when the human is a key component of that. So this is a cross collaboration between my immediate group at MIT Media Lab, Human Dynamics, and also City Science. So if you're interested in this and you're thinking about collaborating in these areas for your cities, please talk to us. I think I have run out of time, but we also have frameworks to really help cities to understand pillars of AI adoption for the cities. How do you bring education? How do you bring data ecologies? How do you bring design? So if you're interested, please come and talk to us. So with that, thank you very much.
Look at this. This is a pair of antique skis, courtesy of Carles, that is on the backstage. By the way, the esquella, the cowbell, is courtesy of Vanessa's family. So this is also part of our recent history and our present. The ski, in its many disciplines, is part of our culture and defines our mountains and our outdoor activities. Ski is somehow related to mobility, and mobility is at the core of the City Science Lab, Gipuzkoa. The laboratory's research focuses on interurban mobility, cohesion, and collaboration among cities in a region that will encourage a vibrant community. Through listening and experimentation, the program comprises different projects in which public authorities and citizens co-participate and implement Gipuzkoa's agenda and contribute to making sustainable policies. Zuriñe Varela is the scientific director of the City Science Lab in Gipuzkoa. She did an industrial engineering studies at Tecnon from the University of Navarra, and she has a problem-solving mindset oriented to provide tools to tackle challenges effectively. Ongi etorri, Zuriñe. A big applause for her.
Thank you, Jordi. It's a pleasure to be representing City Science Lab Gipuzkoa for the second time. This time, this year, from the beautiful Andorra, surrounded by breathtaking landscape of the Pyrenees that invites us to delve into nature. And it's great to see how the host team from Andorra is putting that into value. Well, if we continue the line of the Pyrenees, west side, and we reach the Atlantic Ocean, we will arrive to the region of our lab, Gipuzkoa. Gipuzkoa's rock orography has historically defined the settlements that still remain today. These urban areas have been developed in 7 valleys, surrounded by mountains. Well, each valley has a strong cultural, social, and economic character. Some of them are more about industry, as it happens in the inner part of the region. Some, like San Sebastian, are more touristic. And for example, Bidasoa is more about logistics, being a strategic point in the corridor that comes from the rest of Europe and then through the Iberian Peninsula to the north of Africa. This means that Gipuzkoa is a multi-node territory, where each node has a strong weight in the development of the region. Actually, regional government has structured spatial planning in 7 functional areas, 1 for each valley. This has provided to preserve traditional lifestyle, providing each valley with the services and amenities they need to keep carrying with daily life. This is also something we want to preserve from City Science Lab Gipuzkoa, over having maybe dormitory towns where people mainly go to sleep and then move to bigger cities for their rest of activities. This is also something that we don't expect to change in the following years, as 65% of the territory in Gipuzkoa is covered by forest, and it's protected for its environmental value. So there is very little space left for urban sprawl. City Science Lab Gipuzkoa creates from a collaboration among Mobile, a non-profit foundation that fosters sustainable and intelligent mobility, the MIT Media Lab, and Gipuzkoa Deputy Council. Additionally, we have a collaboration with Tecnun School of Engineering from Universidad de Navarra. The local collaborators have a role, an institutional role, thanks to the regional government. The Mobile covers the implication of companies, thanks to the role they are doing to help the network of local companies transition to the new mobility, and the role of university, thanks to the collaboration with Tecnun. Our work revolves around 3 axes. First axis, reducing CO2 emissions, joining efforts with local government to reach climate neutrality by 2050. Second axis, improving the cohesion of the territory, making a balanced and harmonious development in all the valleys at the same time. And third axis, trying to find new business opportunities and helping local economic development. Coming back to the characteristics of Gipuzkoa, we know that cities are walkable because most of the times we need to move inside the city, we do it on foot. However, once we need to move out of the city, we drive our own car. And the main reason why we need to move to a different city is work. Commuting to work by our own car is highly extended and broadly accepted as service companies, manufacturing facilities, or local producers are spread throughout the whole region. We knew this, so 2 years ago, there was a new law that made compulsory for big companies, for companies with more than 100 employees, to develop their own mobility plan. This makes firms responsible to define and implement those measures that will make commuting more sustainable. What we saw is that big companies in Gipuzkoa only cover 1/4 of the total employees of the region. So what we are proposing is an industrial symbiosis with neighboring companies to develop the mobility plan in collaboration rather than individually. This way, the higher rate of workers will have this responsibility, but also will get the benefits of having the mobility plan with, for example, bus services that will help them commute to the factory. 2005 was a year with a historical peak of CO2 emissions, and this is the evolution of CO2 emissions in Gipuzkoa since then. As you can see, the tendency is good, and we are in line with the plan of the regional government to reach climate neutrality. However, if we classify the total sum of emissions into the different sectors they come from, we will find that transport not only represents the highest rate of CO2 emissions, but is also increasing. So if we don't revert this rising tendency, we won't achieve climate neutrality no matter how good we do in the rest of the sectors. To measure how good industrial symbiosis help to reduce transport CO2 emissions, we have developed a demonstrator that we call Sustainable Commuting Platform. So Sustainable Commuting Platform is an invitation to think about developing the mobility plans in a collaborative way with neighboring companies rather than individually. What you can see in this video is an industrial park, a new industrial park that's still under development, and it happens to be the perfect use case to test this demonstrator. If the results in this use case are good in terms of CO2 emissions and the estimation of extrapolating this use case to the whole region is also positive, we will have some new business opportunities to develop those tools that will let the companies try different interventions and see the results of applying different combinations of interventions and doing so in a collaborative manner to manage the relationships, the collaborations among neighboring companies, and also to perform the measures that are decided for the mobility plan, like allowing remote working, but also opening co-working spaces or providing a bus service or a car-sharing platform. And with this, we hope we will help the cohesion of the territory, improving commuting to work in the different valleys of Gipuzkoa. And this is only the first project in a path we are still working on, where we are interested in understanding the accessibility in Gipuzkoa, not only to jobs, but also to other services and amenities. Thank you.
Eskerrik asko, Zuruñe. Okay, now more stuff here. Look, it has two tiny flags. You see that? Okay, time to play. Or maybe time to build and play. This is a cool memory from our initial steps in the City Science Network. We're playing with Legos, by the way. Understanding our landscapes with a new perspective, with a playing mindset, connecting the dots, building with bricks. You know who is building a new lab with a fresh perspective? Yes, look south, facing the Pacific Ocean. There is the City Science Lab Bio in Chile. The research and development is related to the design and technology for communities, with an emphasis on building a scalable platform for data analysis, data visualization, and simulation for urban interventions to improve the living standards of the citizens. Fernando Pérez, Director at Corporación Ciudades and Project Director at the City Science Lab Bio is here with us. He's an architect and holds a Master in Urban Design and City Planning from University College London. Fernando has a special interest in the implementation of new technologies that seek to promote urban development and improve people's quality of life. Fernando, bienvenido al escenario. A big applause for him.
Thank you, Jordi. Thank you, Jordi, for the introduction. And thank you, everyone that is behind this summit, because we are having a very amazing time. And thank you also to all my team, that I can't see anyone here, but that is behind this presentation. We have made a big effort to have this ready. So probably, as many of you already are agreed, that in order to create better cities, the community role is absolutely crucial. But it is enough to have a transformative community to actually transform reality in cities. To answer this question, in the next 9 minutes, I would like to share 3 main lessons that we learned working with a very special community in the last 2 years. So let's start with lesson number 1, that is related with expectations. But first, let me give you a little of context. We are from Chile, and our lab is located in Concepción, that is one of the biggest cities in the Bio region. And during the last 2 years, we have been working with a very strong and powerful community that live in Concepción, particularly in a neighborhood that is called the Costanera, which is a very special piece of the city because this entire neighborhood was built and founded by their own community over one of the biggest rivers of Concepción. So as you can see in this picture, some of the first houses of this place was building over the water, something that from my point of view is very impressive. 90 years ago, this was the landscape of this place, and today, the same place looked like this. And here we have the Costanera neighborhood that today is considered one of the biggest informal settlements of Concepción. But you know what? This place also has some good attribute that is relevant to tell you. And for example, this place is just 1 block away from the city center. So that maybe is the reason why today more than 15,000 people live in this place. And also you can find more than 5,000 houses located inside this area. However, and obviously, we're still having some issues related with informality, as you can see in this two slide. But the biggest problem of this neighborhood is that just between the city center and the Costanera neighborhood, we have a train line that is obviously very dangerous for older people, for children. But the biggest problem is that today, neighbors that live probably 1 block away from the city center, they have to walk more than 15 minutes to get and to have access to all the facilities and services that are located downtown Concepcion. But you know what? The founder community is still alive, and they are fighting really, really hard every single day, and believe me, every single day, try to get better conditions for the community that live in this area. So 2 years ago, we were fascinated with the history of this place and the stories of these families. So we start working with this guy, trying to make an upgrade in their quality of life. And we go inside this neighborhood trying to understand what is the reality of this place, how these people live, what kind of work they have, and basically understand the quality of their house, of their public spaces, and identify the DNA of this territory and of this community. And after a lot of participatory instance, we finally get the main community expectations. And as you can see in this slide, the rail tunneling or to have an underground train is one of the biggest problems that this community is having today. But you know what? When we first hear the topics of this summit, inside our team, we bring the topics into our tables and we ask, can we consider the Costanera as a transformative community? Just considering the history of this place, how these people live, and actually understanding that these guys basically built an entire neighborhood over the water. But before I answer this question, I would like to talk about reality. And what I mean about reality is basically what are the main things that today are happening in this place. And for this, a few months ago, we analyzed all the public projects that are planned in this area for the next 10 years. And we were very surprised that the public sector have more than 75 new projects for this, just for this neighborhood. That is a lot if you compare with other neighborhoods of the same city. And 42% of these projects are related to make an upgrade or to create new public spaces. 22% are focusing on build new houses for the families that today live in this neighborhood. And 20% of these projects are trying to solve some mobility and traffic issues that today are affecting the community that live in this place. But you know what? The biggest problem that we identify after we analyzed all this information is that if you compare the expectations or community expectation with the reality of the place, it doesn't make any sense. And just to give you an example, the people, as already told you, they really want to make a rail tunneling or to have an underground train. But when you ask authorities, they are thinking to make some projects related to build new bridges into this area. And they think that this is enough to reconnect the city with this neighborhood. And just to give you another example, when we talk about houses with this community, they really are looking and they are fighting to get some public budget to make an upgrade into their houses. Because remember that these people build their houses by their own hand, and they have a special feeling for their houses. But authorities are thinking to build new apartments and take the families out of this place and bring them to new buildings. So basically here, we have two different points of view for just one neighborhood. And the question is, how do we know which is best? And to answer this question, we want to talk about lesson number 3, that is the last one, and is related with aligning expectations and reality. And basically with this, we mean how we can go from transformative community ideas to a transformed city. As probably many of you, we really believe in our lab in data and numbers and indicators as a huge tool to help people to take better decisions for the development of the city. But after these 2 years, the community experience becomes something that is very relevant for us. And it's so important to integrate and to create a new scenario that can consider the perspective of the community, the stakeholders, and all the bubbles of information that today are flying in the air separately. And our role today as a city science lab is trying to create and align all these bubbles to finally change the reality of this community and go into a transformed city. So today we have an amazing interdisciplinary team that is working every single day with 3 main missions in mind that actually we learn working with these communities in the last 2 years. And these are, first, let's talk and learn. Then let's align expectations and reality to finally let change our cities. Thank you so much.
Gracias. Gracias, Fernando. Nice. Well, I will make the funny video of the day, you know, wearing the VR glasses and breaking my neck on the stage. No, it's not time for that. But with these devices, we merge reality with virtuality, expanding our possibilities of exploration and sharing with no geographical limitations. And talking about no geographical limitations and virtual reality, we virtually have the City Science Lab Shanghai, and also we have them in real reality. The lab focuses on development of a version of the MIT Cityscope platform for urban analysis, efficient resource utilizations, and spatial planning. Professor Yongqi Lu is the director at City Science Lab Shanghai, vice president and dean of the College of Design and Innovation at Tunji University in Shanghai, and the board director of World Design Organization, and the vice president of the China Industrial Design Association. And we also have Jarmo Suominen. Since 2012, he has been working with Tunji University. He has a background from architecture and design, and is working in both of these fields. His research of service logic in architecture and design will enable service-driven urban development in novel and sustainable way. Huanying Liu Huiashou. Big applause for them. And now we have a video with Professor Lu.
Dear Kent and the friends from our city science labs from all over the world. Dear Kent and the friends from our city
I can do a show if you wish.
Dear Kent and the friends from our city science labs from all over the world. I'm very sorry that I cannot join you in person in Andorra. So today I will do my presentation together with Professor Jarmo Suominen in a hybrid way. Here in Shanghai, we are now focusing on design and data-driven hybrid community building as a methodological approach to echo the complex socio-technical system challenges. And we are developing a larger language model for social innovation as the infrastructure. One of the key tasks in this ambitious plan is to digitalize design behaviors into corpus that can be called by AI engines. As the first attempt, Kang Yi, a young researcher at Tunji University, developed an AIGC robotic arm system which can perfectly learn and generate Jarmo's iconic drawing based on prompt in different formats. And we successfully released this project last month during the World Design Cities Conference 2024. By the way, David joined the same conference virtually in 2022. But the most important principle of this project is we emphasize the collaboration and the co-creation between human and AI, rather regard them as the competitors. Learning and duplicating much more complex design behaviors through AI and explore the new ways of interaction are our next research agendas. I stop here and I'd like to invite Professor Jarmo Suominen to introduce the project in details. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lo, and thank you, organizers, of this event. And it's great to be here again in Andorra. I'm going to show you one project, like Lois mentioned, one-day work, with quite many aspects. And as we are from design school, we think about how to design, how to use AI as a tool, how to use robotics as a tool for design. And what are the design kind of behaviors? What is behind this? So this was done in one day with the help of AI in the event. And as I mentioned, the design behaviors itself create the corpus, the framework for how to work with this. Here are some examples. In order to really make this drawing happen, what are the drawing techniques, styles, materials and tools used, problem-solving approaches, decision-making process reflections. All these need to be taken into consideration beforehand. And what happens then in the site, that we have quite a big audience actually giving real-life input. And what happens in that one day was totally improvised with me, AI, and with the audience. There was absolutely no sketch beforehand. It all emerged before our eyes. And as I mentioned, we need to think about how to work with these tools. And why we choose this kind of element to work with is really about the engaging communities. So with this, really the ultimatum or the opportunities that I could work with each of you. Each of you can reflect your own values through AI. And with that machine, we can work with the robot and create that in your front of your eyes. So first, I will go through these kind of design behaviors, sketching and drawing techniques. We needed to teach the first AI and then the robot to draw something meaningful. This was my last year drawing 1 year ago without AI. We used that as an example, how the robot can draw smooth lines. Then, what are the styles and aesthetic choices? How we actually can work together, how human can work together with AI to create kind of coherent piece of illustration, art, if you wish so. So we create an algorithm and teach the AI to actually imitate my language, not because of my drawing style, but in order to enable us to work together. And all these background images are totally created by AI. You might notice it from the detail, but otherwise the impression is even fooling me. So it looks like me drawing there itself. Then how to use the robots. How to actually choose the material, the ink, the elements to make the drawing smoothly with me or with any person who do that. And how to actually create the speed, the accuracy, and also the timing so that we can really work together, not only me, but the audience, the stakeholders, to create something together. Piece of collaborative art. And there are actually, you see from down, even the pressure of the pen. And this comes close to this kind of haptic interfaces. So we want to understand how to create this smooth interface with all the possible technologies. Then the problem-solving approaches. Because again, all this happening one day. How can we solve these problems with the use of AI in a way that we actually can create something focused in the goal? How to actually create a system that enables us to iterate, to change, to try different things in real life and in front of a live audience. This canvas, by the way, was approximately the size of this screen. And so the event was quite a lot of like you see right now. And we use this system with stable diffusion first to learn the language. And then so on, to think about how to change the vector image, the pixel images, the vectors, in order to robot to continue the drawing. Then how to make decisions. What goes where? What are the questions I ask you? What are the things that we need to take into consideration? What is the framework of these conclusions? And well, here's the setting. So you see that we actually need to have the ongoing prompt engineering there all the time. So we ask questions, we iterate, we talk with the people, and all this happens in the front of this audience. in real life. And as I mentioned, in one day. So it actually creates quite a big test of this, testing these design behaviors. Can we do it? Can we push this through with this somewhat simple kind of drawing with quite many, in a way, consequences of the work? And then is the feedback. As I mentioned, it happens. It's not a project that I get the brief, we do the drawing. It's a continuous interaction. So how to actually incorporate feedback there? There's two projects that we did. The first one was in the school with the teachers and school students. And second one is this with the live audience in the conference. And as you might guess, so there was all the time, whenever the robot or me drawing something, somebody was saying, oh, no, not in that way. Or this is the better way to do it in another way. So actually, this teaches us a lot about these design behaviors. What are the ways we need to develop the system? What are the ways we need to actually develop the framework of this kind of process in order to really cope with all these new challenges? And so what is the impact of all this? Why to do all this? As I mentioned, the community engagement really is one of the biggest impact. So in early works that we have done, even in one street in Seafair Road in Shanghai, so when the kids are drawing something in the utility poles, every single time when they pass by with the parents, they say, I did this. So it's really about community engagement, about social learning, sense of belonging, and even sense of becoming. We did this together. And all these works are part of the research to understand this interaction, especially in this case, understand how to use new technologies, AI, to actually engage not only me or you in the front row, maybe next rows, or maybe 1,000 people together to create artwork in truly collaborative ways. So here are some of the things, like I mentioned, the engagement, sense of belonging, empowerment, ownership. I own this space. I'm part of this kind of a creation. Sustainability and long-term impacts. So we think about this idea of hyperlocality. Really create people that they be not only engaged, but more proud of the environment, more kind of self-aware what's happened there. And collaboration and co-creation in true sense. And so social innovation. So we have done this kind of test phases, even in bars or clubs in Shanghai, and see the impact of how people communicate, how people talk about the kind of the shared histories in that places. And here is the thing, and I think it's quite interesting experiment to try new technologies, kind of for collaboration, co-creation, and community engagement. And in a way, I think within this summit theme, transformative communities, it's just one way to think about how community transforms itself, how the community, with the tools of human, with the AI, a robot, can actually create something together, which is totally unexpected, totally co-created, and totally collaborative. Okay? I think this is my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jarmo. Very interesting. Wouldn't it be great if Jarmo just draws the City Science Network? It would be fantastic. So, oops. I hope it won't fall, because if it falls, I lose my passport. So, this, last but not least, let's talk about guidance and governance. And this book is just about that. It's called the Manual de Gest, and yes, it's a manual about how to do good governance with many clear indications. By the way, this is a book from, not this one, but the original one from 1748, and it's actually used in our parliament from time to time for the inaugural sessions. This is what we do at Andorra Research and Innovation at the City Science Lab Andorra, working hard to offer guidance and governance with a scientific basis. We are building a research and innovation ecosystem, partnering with public authorities, academia, companies, and society. Now, let me introduce you to someone that you already know very well. Vanessa Arroyo is the Director of Andorra Research and Innovation and the City Science Lab Andorra. She holds a degree in biotechnology from the Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona, has a master's degree in biotechnology management from Aliter, an additional master's degree in entrepreneurship and innovation management from the Universitat de Barcelona, and she also completed a management development program from IESE Business School. Endavant, Vanessa, ara et toca a tu.
Gràcies, Jordi. Gràcies. All the answers are in this book, so later we can share it. So yes, thank you so much. It has been amazing to discover all the efforts and the projects and everything you are doing from the different city science labs. Incredible. So now, yes, I would like just to make a short recap in order to let you know a better, for a better understanding on how we are working here in our country. From Andorra Research and Innovation, we are divided into areas, the research and innovation, but they work together in order to show different solutions or different approaches to the challenges that we are facing. In the middle of this, you can see that we are working on mountain projects, sustainability projects, society. We also have a small group that is focused on divulgate what we are doing, because at the end, if we make research or make innovation, but we cannot share with the society, we are not probably making our job. No? Everything is interconnected, also through technology and the Agency of Innovation. And altogether, we are a team of 50 people working, approaching different projects. And what more or less, we are now working on 150 actions or projects, like I have told you now. We make research, we make innovation, we test, and we fail. We fail a lot. We love to fail because we want to learn. And when we fail, we learn, we continue iterating, and then this is something that for us is really important. And we don't do this alone at all. We are always trying to collaborate and to open our walls for working all together, connected with national collaborators and also international collaborators. Because we think it's the way, because we are a small country with small teams, so this is what we do. And the question about what drives us to transform, no? What happens here in Andorra? Andorra is a country that has grown a lot in population in the last years. As you can see, well, in the last 25 years, the demographics has been increased up at 20% only in 25 years. So, and we are continue growing. That is happening every day. More people is coming here, and the economy is growing. And well, it could seem the dream of the society, but the fact is that it has not been planned. It has been really fast after the pandemics, and what we have now is a huge challenge because if we grow, we need more resources. This is something that happens everywhere, but the limited space we have in Andorra means that if we continue growing in the automobile fleet or we continue growing on the electrical consumption, means that maybe we will go to a level where it could be different consequences that are not going to be related with well-being or quality of life. The water consumption, of course, is increasing, but the fact is that we had no data before these years. But this is something that we have to keep in mind, because not so many years before, Andorra was like this. Most of you that came in Andorra some years ago, you remember Caldea as the most high tower here in Andorra. It was for us like an amazing building that for us was out of the normal construction. But nowadays, what has happened is that we have a new Andorra. I don't think that some of you have been able to go to Escaldes walking, because you arrived yesterday and you have had not the chance to visit a little bit, but if you have the chance and you go for a walk, you will see a lot of towers there. And it's supposed that we are going to build more towers and more buildings and more everything because this is something that is allowed under the urbanistic model. But the point now is till when, or which is the maximum or the limit, no? And this is a question that lately has come also to Andorra Research and Innovation because some of the decisors wants to know through the models that we are working on if they can take better decisions on that. So what we are doing now is trying to get the knowledge related with the sustainability and our nature and our biodiversity, because this is something that we have in the balance. If we grow, and we also have to take into account which is our environment and if this is going to have an impact. And I just wanted to share with you 2 or 3 projects. One is the martelloscopy. Martelloscopy for us, it's a really important project because what happens is that we are creating a platform where we are able to give a better understanding on the impacts of how to manage your forests and how we can have decisions on the forest. Because till now, the forests have been seen here in Andorra like, wow, we have trees there, we have trees there. We are surrounded of trees, but some of the trees now are starting to be much more stressed because the density of the growth, and we need a better management of the forest. And also because some places that are supposed that it will be buildings, maybe are really strategic to don't be buildings there. So these kind of different approaches now are coming to our reality, and then we are working on that. Also the mobility model, as sometimes we have shared with you, the mobility model that we started some years ago. And bueno, this is really interesting because at the end is one tool that makes us to understand if our automobilistic fleet is saturated or not, or if we grow a lot, if we have to, which impacts can be there if we try to push more for other kind of mobility transportation. So finally, I would like to also share with you, because we were working also together with other partners in order to get data of the biodiversity of different lakes in our country and also in the Pyrenees, and then compare all this data in order to know if the climate change or the human impacts have an impact on the microorganisms there. Because if we don't know anything on that, at the end, we cannot take nice decisions on, for example, if we are able to organize a really impactful event, a sportist event, for example, as Ironman, in a place where maybe this is going to have a huge impact on the biodiversity that we have here in Andorra, and maybe it's better to do it in another place. So these kind of decisions that maybe some years ago were not so much matched, now we are, at least from Andorra Research and Innovation, we are doing a lot of effort to take into the conscious of the decisors. No? And this is the food waste that I remember that last year in Boston was the first time that I explained it, but we were just starting with the data, and 1 year later, it's growing, and it's amazing because we didn't have any data of what we are doing or managing our waste, and more in deep, the food waste. And at least we are not isolated nowadays. We can import food from everywhere, whatever. But we also have to be aware what could happen if one day we will be suddenly isolated, because we don't have any production of agricultural and neither of the other kind of food. And sometimes it's also interesting to be analyzed by yourself in order to know what we are doing, if we are sustainable, if we cannot start to do something different. And we have this food waste model that is really interesting to help take decisions on that. Well, this is a small visualization. with the data of the different parishes and everything that is connected on the different, if the waste is liquid, organic. Maybe in other cities this is not new, but here in Andorra we had any data of which kind of waste and how manage it. So we are happy. And at the end, we are a small country in the middle of Pyrenees, surrounded of mountains, and also limited with France and Spain. That sometimes we have said that we are innovation area at a country scale, because what happens in Andorra is not so far away. If there is an innovation testing in another parish, it's maybe 10 kilometers away from the central point. Everything is connected, and what we think is that if we can connect all the stakeholders of the society, as we said before, the public sector, the private sector, government, also the universities, and also the research the institutions, citizens, of course, everything together has much more impact in order to analyze how we can transform our community. And well, thank you so much. This has been a brief summary of what we are doing. If you want to connect, you are welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we are welcome Ken again to the floor. to the floor again, please, Ken, because I think we are finishing this part of the day, the morning, and we would like to share some conclusions with you and some insights. And then, yes, well, I don't, yes.
Well, I think that, for me, the highlight of every year is when we can bring the network together and share ideas. And it's always amazing that whether we're talking about the indigenous communities in South America or high-density cities in Asia, like Taipei or Shanghai, North America, Northern Europe, desert communities in the Middle East. It is all about communities and helping to make communities stronger, to improve the lives of people, the social, economic conditions, to deal with the environmental challenges. So I am really proud of the work that everyone's doing. I think all the presentations were fantastic. So I'd like to give everybody a hand. But
fantastic.
Vanessa, I wonder if you have any thoughts on the day.
Yes, no, of the days, it's amazing, even better, I think, than last year. I don't know if it's because I am, of course, it's in Andorra, but I think that the level of the different city science labs is getting a level of the deepness of the projects and also the impacts on their communities. That's the great thing, no? Because you can see that most of the city science labs directors explain their histories from a point of view of the motion, and that's much more than technology, much more of data. It's what they feel that they are working on a better reality. So this is amazing. The network for me is plenty of nice people, as you said this morning, and also nice projects and nice impacts. And yes, later we have a workshop, really interesting, where everybody is invited in order to constellations of indicators, and we can work more in deep about this.
Right.
So we continue later. I would like also to say thank you for the people who has been following us online, virtually, from our channel. Later they won't be able to be connected because it's then for the network. But well, thank you for your assistance this morning, and now it's time to lunch.
Time for lunch. Come back for a workshop. The Yosushi will lead. Tomorrow we have 3 workshops. We start at 11, and it will be very interesting. We're going to talk about publications that we will do collectively, talk about some of the new tools that are being developed on the network. What else? What's the third thing? Yeah, that's right. How we can collaborate going together. So great. Enjoy lunch. Come back for the workshop, and then don't forget to show up promptly at 11 tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Please, if you can come, we would like to take a picture all together, if it is okay for you. Thank you so much.
We can do it right here?
Yes, now.
Okay.
Because
come
the
up.
cameraman is going. Thank you. Espera, I'm going to.
For lunch, just take all the stuff you have here in the chairs.
Wait a minute,
because
everybody, wait a minute.
The room will
Sorry.
change.
Sorry, I have one more announcement.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
I have one more announcement. Next year, we will, the City Science Summit will take place in Chile, in Bio Bio.
Ooh.
And
Wow, congrats. It's amazing.
so we thought, thank you for reminding me, Luis. We thought it would be great to, we're doing this one in Northern Europe, and now we all go all the way to Latin America. And if you haven't been to Chile, it is extraordinarily beautiful country. And Concepcion is really interesting. I know for many people it's a long ways away, but it is worth the journey. So put that on your calendar. We'll send the dates as soon as they're pinned down.
Fantastic.
Okay, come up for a photo.
Wow.
I don't know.
So one's in Europe.
Is the director?
One in Europe and the next
Yeah,
out.
one in Europe.
One
and
in
then-
Europe.
Yeah, we'll
That's
do
what-
that.
that's
And then
nice.
we're
There
talking,
is-
we're
yeah.
talking with this microphone.
Sí, te acabo.
Okay. Okay, so maybe- 26.
It's like IAS do this, the International Association of Parks
Hmm?
do this, one in Europe and one abroad.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no, okay.
We did it.
Everybody is welcome. Everybody is
No,
welcome.
everybody come out, everybody.
Yes,
Students, visitors.
everybody.
everyone.
All the team
And gonna be
also.
here.
The team, please, of Andorra Research. Gerard. Home. Raquel, si us plau. Raquel.
Everyone against
Raquel.
the wall, come
Sí,
up
Raquel.
here.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Chance?
Taller people on the back.
No, you are not seeing.
Agile and limber people in the front. Come up.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We have a book of the last summit. A ver,
Bio.
Okay,
Good, thank
that's
you.
it. Thank you.
So, colleagues, we have 45 minutes for lunch. Okay?
No,
Upstairs.
gracias, Pavel.
We
Mira,
come
hago lo
down
que
here.
puedo, porque-
Please take your stuff out. Because
No me da para más.
if there is some stuff here, it will disappear. Room will change.
So cool, all the objects.
Were you good?
It was really thought through.
Huh.
I liked it a lot. Very lovely and very, very emotional and very inclusive.
Thank you,
and
Shan.
I really liked it. Thank you.
Well, was it way too? Oh, I think I'm connected.
Va con dos imanes porque, bueno, se lo he enganchado y no sé qué.